Ah, shoot. Is this thing even live? I guess we need a thumbnail. All right, we got a thumbnail. Woo! Out there, how's everybody doing? You're all doing well out there? Hold on one second. I got one quick thing I got to do here. It's so quiet out there. All right. Well, you guys are all here. Good morning out there. How y'all doing? How was your vacation? Did you guys all have a good vacation out there? Let me. I got some stuff I got to do here. Whole bunch of like background stuff, production. I don't know what the fuck is going on here with you. Hold on one second here. Quiet air space. Save that. Okay, we're good. We're back. Okay, we're good. Good morning out there. How are you all doing? Hope you all had a wonderful 4th of July vacation. Hope that you're able to take some time away between Q2 and Q3. Come back, re-energized, ready to go. Last week was kind of cool, right? It was fairly easy to put on some call spreads and just let the market take you away. Even this morning as we open here, let me go over here really quick to the main screen. Right there. Oh, whoa, what's going on here? Let's move this over a little bit. And what do we got here? So we'll just move this over here. Get rid of this. Sorry, this is my morning opening bell. Let's take a look and see what's going on. There's a 1-minute chart right here. I've got us having a quick pullback here and maybe one more high. So pullback and then one more high, roughly 55.6.09. But this is to sell up here. I think we might even fail this R1 somewhere slightly lower than it. 55.5, somewhere in there. We'll see how it goes. That's already squeezing right now. But anyways, this PT1 up here, I am looking to sell that for a pullback. That eventually rolls down into Tuesday. I don't know if that's going to happen this morning, but we'll see what happens. PT1 right here, 55.6.09. Looks like it's not even waiting to squeeze higher. We did get this morning. I did see this morning that there was an upgrade for SPY to trade 5,900 by one of the ratings agencies out there. Yeah, hey, good to see you all back. Hope you all had a great 4th of July. I needed it. I needed the break. I've been running like a madman, streaming, of course, and trading for 2 straight quarters. We get into the end of the second quarter, and I hadn't had a vacation, and so I took a vacation. It was fucking, well, I want to say it was awesome. I don't know. It's bizarre because I hadn't had a vacation, like a true vacation, not a trip, like a vacation, in a long time. And it was wild because when you get away for a minute, right? You get to experience a lot more than you do when you're stuck in an office all day long. And so all kinds of wild stuff happened. Had a fender bender, got sick, did a bunch of cool stuff. What else happened? Almost had a fireworks accident. Um, all kinds of wildness. So we're already trading this up here. We're trading PT1 right now, 55 6.09. But like just things that don't happen when you're when you're working all day long. You're only stuff that happens is in an office. When you get out and do things, you see all kinds of weird and cool stuff, and it was kind of nice to get out and do things and have that time away, spend time with family, children, wife, all that kind of stuff. Got laid. That was nice too. Got laid more frequently than I normally get laid. My wife even said to me, she said, I like when you get time off. It's very rare, and you're able to decompress a little bit and be the man that I love. And that kind of hit me. I don't really have a lot of free time, and her having my having that time with her and her having that time with me was extra special. So, anyways, squeezing higher now, trading 556.09. They're not even waiting; they're just doing it, just like smashing up here. I want to see if we sell this or not. If we sell this 556.09 or not. We're gonna look at SPX really quick. Just take a quick trip. We have more highs we could go. Let's go and take a look in the bottom right-hand screen over here. And what do we got going on here? So the call wall and local resistance right now is at the same place. That's at 5,600 on SPX. Can we trade that on the open this morning? Wouldn't shock me. I don't think that we do, but it wouldn't shock me. Can we trade above R1 on today? That would put us above to this 5,600. I don't think so. I think we're going to have a pullback, and then we're going to go up there and take that 5,600 out. But right now, as the R1, we just hit it. Like, we didn't even wait. Like, look at it right now. Just bounced and nailed R1 at 55.6.09. This is the entire up that I expected today. 55.6.09 at max. So we'll see if we go higher. We'll see if we actually pin 5,600. There were some upgrades this morning saying by end of year 5,900. I don't know if that's going to impact the market at all. Yeah, hey, good to see all of you guys. Matter of fact, we got some stuff to talk about. We got some house cleaning stuff to talk about here. So let me see here. SPY, QQQ. We're gonna go over Tesla today. We're gonna go over NVDA today. We're gonna go over GME today. I think those are the ones we go over. So if you're a bear, this should be the top. This should be it for a pullback down to 550. Somewhere down in here. I said 550. It's like 552 to 551. I'd really like to see this S2 down here. That's 549.67. I'd really like to see that pullback. I don't know if that happens. Don't take that trade unless we reverse we reverse price under the 1 and 5 minute trigger, and we have a bear cross or a bear plane on the 1 and 5 minute trigger. So you want to wait to take that trade until that shows itself over here. But we got a bunch of stuff to go over. So give me one quick second. I got to do hang tight here. Live stream. I don't ever post the live stream anymore. We're going to post it this morning. And let's see here. What am I doing here? What's going on here? I don't post the live stream anywhere anymore. We're going to talk about the live stream today, too. Get shareable link. Post this here. YT for YouTube. And then for Twitch. Well, this is all wonky. Twitch. Copy that. Push that over there. Post that. So that should be top. So this should be the top. Now, if this is the top, what are you looking for to short this down to 550? You're going to be looking for price action, or you're going to be looking for this 5-minute trigger to roll over, this 1-minute trigger to roll over. You know the drill, right? Price to come down below, beat the prior low down here, which is at 54.50. Come back up, and then we'll start heading to the downside. Now, if that doesn't happen, we're going to trade R2. And we know how to trade R2 as well for the upside move. We know that we'll have to put a little yellow box right in here. Little box right there. So we hit PT1 already. And we'll just get rid of this, and we will draw in. Right there. This will tell you right here if we're going to go up or down from here. That's all I've got for today. 5609. All right, so we got some stuff to talk about this morning. So I had a week off, right? Took the time off, took some vacation, hung out with the family, and of course I'm in there just thinking. All I've been doing is like, I've tried to get away from the market. I had some spreads on last week, made some fucking money. But generally speaking, I stayed away from the market. I tried my best to stay away from the market. And one of the reasons I stayed away from the market was because of politics. It was wild. Like, not this past Friday, but the Friday before, we had Obama. We had Biden and Trump have a debate, right? And then that was a fucking disaster. And then, of course, you had Biden come out and get interviewed by, I believe, Stephanopoulos. And it was even worse. It was almost like the politicians said, hey, you know what we're going to do? We're going to take a giant shit on your 4th of July and send you off to discuss the election with your family and friends. That didn't go the way they expected, did it? I don't think that the Democrats, not even think, but I read a report saying that even Trump was like, what the fuck do I do with this? Like, I can't go after this guy. Like, what do you do? What do you say? But that big shit show was all last week for you to consume and digest, and it was everywhere, right? So that's what they left for you on a plate for the 4th of July. And then, of course, that rolls into Le Pen and Macron in France over the weekend, and a bunch of elections last week in Europe, with like questioning the freedom of the free world, right? Like the Heritage Foundation shit and all that other stuff. And you guys already had a market brief from me pre-debate saying, hey, look, watch out. There's this like thing going on in the background in politics around the world, and I'm going to be brief on this, but I want to discuss it high or top line with you. We have something called bond vigilantes. Okay, you can look them up on your own. If you don't know what a bond vigilante is, basically these are very wealthy people, and they live around the world. And whenever they feel like something's not going their way, they will use a hidden hand on our markets, especially if you're a Plaza Accord signer. They will try to influence elections, markets, bond markets, currencies, you name it. And a lot of these people, they're so out of touch that they just blanket make decisions or attempt to make decisions and have a hidden hand on our politics, on our economy, on our currencies, on our bond and cash markets. And sometimes they get their way and sometimes they don't. Now, we know that ratings agencies are very concerned with this year in particular. There are elections going on in the free world around the world right now. The largest election season in history. This is the biggest for nation states around the world that's ever taken place. No matter who the incumbent is, they spend money leading into these elections. Why wouldn't you? You want to get reelected, you spend money. Now, we came out of COVID having spent a ton of money, and I mean a ton. Nations spent money all around the world to save their populations. Whether you believe in COVID or not, it doesn't fucking matter. The fact is that these countries spent a ton of money. When these nations reopened, they are running into an election season, the largest in history, and they're still spending money. The GDP, well, number one, the GDP to debt ratios of a lot of these countries is out of fucking control. That is true. That is true. Now, saying all of that, right, you then have elections coming up, and you've got all of these politicians wanting to spend money, and it becomes kind of dangerous. Now, that doesn't mean that we switch to, hey, let's put a bunch of super conservatives in, but that's what bond vigilantes think. Republicans are going to spend less than Democrats. We all know that's not true anymore. They both spend like crazy. But you can see the hidden hand around the world saying, you know, we'll put Le Pen in, right? We'll run over the England's elections, right? We'll run over the U.S. elections. And you can kind of see that going on in the United States right now. Now, there's one other aspect to this too. You also have the Fed, in our country at least, right? The Federal Reserve is trying to slow the economy down at the same time, right? And you can see the effects of rates being raised as that's going on. And so you have all of this stuff going on. You walk into 4th of July and you've got, before we even got to 4th of July, we have elections in the EU and elections in England. Then we've got elections in France. And then we've got our own politicians setting themselves up for fucking failure, right? Some for failure and some for success, I should say. And I made a post to you couple weeks before, letting you know that these betting sites were saying, watch out, Trump is on the way back up right now. So you were left with that over this 4th of July weekend. Pretty heavy shit, right? You can't deny it, that some heavy shit is going on around the world, and there's likely these bond vigilantes with their hands in the pie right now. You guys might out there might think that a lot of this stuff has to do with what's right and what's wrong and what's this and what's that. But in truth, a lot of what the hidden hand that goes on behind the scenes in politics has more to do with money and power, and some perception by powerful people that they can control or impact the quote unquote aggressive spending that's going on around the world. And I don't see anybody talking about that stuff. I don't see it on like Reddit. I don't see it in the news. I don't see it anywhere. But I can assure you that there are these vigilantes out there that they have a hidden hand going on in politics and on the impacts of the outcomes of these elections around the world. It is fascinating, though. I looked at the Biden tax plan. And, the Biden tax plan is let's go directly after corporations. And then I would have figured that Trump's tax plan wouldn't be like that, right? Maybe it would be better. It's not. It just goes after middle and lower income people directly. But in my view, they come after us no matter what. I don't care who the president's going to be in that respect. I think they're going to come after us one way or another. You're either going to get taxed. They're either going to tax corporations. Or they're going to tax you. But one way or another, that heavy hand will come down over our markets, either through elections or even doesn't even matter who gets elected when that hammer drops on us. And that hammer will likely drop in 2025 or 2026, somewhere in that time frame. And I would expect more of that as time progresses. The pool's doing great. Well, I don't know. The pool's kind of doing great right now. The pool is needs to be taken down and put back up, but I made the decision to leave it up for the rest of the summer before we take it down. Although I found today that there's a hurricane coming to Michigan. Hurricane, I forget her name, but Hurricane Burl or something like that. Someone made a joke about the name of that too, by the way. And if you're in Houston, by the way, right now, what did Houston have? Like 130 temperatures, and now they got sideways rain. Can't even imagine living in Texas right now. Yeah, and Le Pen lost, right? Le Pen lost yesterday. So the bond vigilantes did not get their way again. I'm assuming that they're angry right now. They didn't get their way in England. They didn't get their way in France. Looks like Ukraine is stable again as of today. And then, or at least the arms shipments to some extent. Maybe not an aggressive arms shipment. PT2, by the way, is 557.50 and 557.90 had us trading this after a major pullback. Not until we pull back to 550, then we would trade 557.90 up here. I don't know if we trade it today or not. I've got this as top, and then a pull back down to 550, and then a trade up to 557.90. Okay, so that's the election, politics, all that sort of stuff. I'm not going to get into like we're fighting for freedom and all that stuff. The only thing I would say to you on that would be, what would I say if I had to say anything about my take on the politics side without being a Main Street hat, or not, or a Wall Street hat, maybe a Main Street hat on politics. No, I'm not going to say anything. I won't say anything here. I'll say it on Twitter, but not here. No pullback, only Zool. What I would say to you would be this, though. If you have your Main Street hat on and the politics are too much for you, just turn it off. Turn it off until this shit is done. Is there going to be a July market brief for us poor free members? No. It costs me a lot of time, money, and effort to put out those briefs. So, yeah, I got to ask for general basic support for those briefs and for the stuff that we do. So I wish I could, but I can't. It costs me time and money, man. It's expensive. Did this for free, I think, for 3.5, 4 years. $30 a month, I think, is fairly inexpensive for what you get. Fairly inexpensive. I was looking at some costs in California right now. Like $30 is like a beer if you're from California. I think a beer is pretty or fairly simple. And when I went out this week for cocktails, $25 a drink. I couldn't believe it. $25 a drink this week. Fucking crazy how much shit costs. I want to talk to you guys about some other stuff. We're going to shift over to some other things, though. So we're out of the politics thing, right? You guys have your July brief. You have the election stuff that comes out. We also have Jerome Powell is speaking, right? And then he speaks again on Monday, the 15th. Seasonally, we've got till the 17th. I've got us till the 19th. But Jerome speaking on the 15th might be that critical point where we actually begin to roll over. So if you don't have the July brief, bullish into at least the 15th to the 19th, somewhere in that range. Looking to buy dips and continue to push the market higher to 5,700. I don't know if we get to 5,770, but 5,700 somewhere in there, and then a nice major pullback. A nice major correction, I should say, into the pre-election doom trade. But I do think that the Bears are going to drink the Kool-Aid and they're going to say that's the market top, and it's not. It's not. The year is not over, and it won't. I don't think that it will be over. New high right now, by the way. So next target is viable. Next target being 557.55. Down below here, I've got us tagged for this 5600 on SPX. We'll keep an eye on this really quick. I'll leave this up for you. I'm going to make this larger so you can see where that resistance is. And you can see it 164 million. Let me update this really quick and see if there's any changes in Gamma this morning. One quick second here. We do have new information this morning. Yeah, we got even more right now. We've got actually have support growing right now on 5570 on SPX, and we look like we'll target this now. This looks pretty strong down here. And we're building a nice base of support down here. Do you guys see this? Let me go down here and show you this. Am I in the right one here? Nope, wrong one. You can actually see this nice big support growing down here, right, of Gamma. We've got 5550, 5560, 5570, and we are targeting this 5600. Whether we get there or not, I don't know, but I do want you to know that the support down here is insane. Insane. Some volatility, I would say, is here now, 5550. And the Gamma flip is at 5510. Now it's even higher. Whoa, baby. Look at that this morning. No impactful Gamma below. Put Gamma below. Almost none. Woof. Hello. Kind of nice to see. Everybody's long and strong right now. Everybody's long and strong. Iran just elected a reformist for president. Kind of surprising. Supposedly wants to work more with the West. I'll have to look at that. Is that the guy that had died in the helicopter crash? Let me know if that's the guy that died in the helicopter crash. France dodges far-right win, but Macron has no one to govern. Bloomberg was pissed this morning. There's gridlock in France right now. So that's actually good for markets. It's actually not bad for markets. So I had this time off for vacation last week. I wanted to ask you some questions out there. I was talking to... Is it the guy? Is it the replacements? Can someone let me know if it was it the? I gotta make this larger so I can read it. Was it the guy that died in the plane crash? That guy was brutal too, right? I don't know if that was the guy or not, so I'm just reading the chat. Winky Face, you went on vacation, dude. Winky, I didn't know that Winky was on vacation. He was emailing me. And I was like, oh, shit, I totally missed his emails. But he was right around where I was. And the president doesn't make decisions like the Ayatollah does, right? I don't think so. Yeah, Winky was up in my town. I'm not going to repeat the conversation, but it was great, Winky. It's a theocracy. Absolutely. Yeah, Big Beaver Road, dude. I saw that. I read them all, dude. So let me ask you some questions out there. So here we'll close. Hold on, let me put this shift this back over for you. Turn this back on again. Let's take a look at one more thing too. We talked about this. We talked about this a long time ago. I don't know when, but we talked about this back on December, January. This HYG and how it's like running and running and running Let me see if I can go to a daily chart here. Just so you can get like a grasp, an idea here. This is January 3rd. This was supposed to be right there, the 31st. I wanted to show you guys this again. Oh, wait a minute here. Stop it now. So I wanted to show you guys this again. This is HYG, and you can see where HYG would run this. This was like the track of HYG, right? And you can see HYG is fighting to trade back up into this, like all the way up here into this old trend line that we had. You can see that, right? I'm going to show you a couple things this morning, things that are fascinating to me. So I've been watching HYG and it's trending. It's like fighting right now to get back up in here and then back up like almost like a monkey paw or something, right? Trying to break above back into this trend here, and then trying to get back up and into the actual trend for HYG back up at $88. And it's been cranking following this all along. The only thing I would say to you would be it hasn't been able to get above this bottom trend line right here. So if you want to watch HYG, you can see it's like sold down, sold down, sold down. Looking for that break above. I want to correlate this to SPX and the PE ratio for S&P 500. It's at some point it's going to need to break above this, I think, to make that giant move higher to get us to 6,000 or higher into end of year. But just take note of this resistance below, and if we ever make the jump above it and begin to trade up here. And you can see this is the end of 2023. Remember this? We thought, oh, we're not going to get a holiday rally, and we holiday rallied the entire way up into the end of the year. So if we make a jump at any point, be conscious of it for that melt up scenario. If we get that melt up scenario, I don't know if we do, but keep an eye on it. And I'm gonna talk to you. Why I want to talk to you about that is because I want to show you something else really quick. Oh, what do I got here? Show me something else here. What do we got here? PE ratio. This is the PE ratio for the S&P 500. And there's a couple of interesting points about this. I think I've shown you this in the past. Here's another one right there. I deleted this last night. I was trying to focus on something. Yeah, I make that a 3. Now these are previous bubbles. And there's something fascinating about these bubbles that we've been in. There's a clear demarcation when we enter a bubble. Let's when we get above about 29 and a half, 29. What was that? No, almost, no, sorry. 28 in a PE ratio. We crank. Why is that button? What is going on with that? Stop that. But one fascinating thing about these bubbles that we've entered into in the past, and we're here right now, by the way. We were told, fuck you, no here, fuck you, no here. And up here, this is the 2020 run. And what's different between all of these here that you can see? There's a big difference here. the most modern PE ratios. And that is, do you see the volatility associated with the break above here? It's like wham, 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 wham. Let me make this smaller. It's very jagged, right? Wham, 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 and then down again, right? That wasn't the case in the past. I think this is associated with not just computing, but AI. They were using it. JPM came out, made it public. They've been using AI for a bunch of years, including 2020. And I think this is high frequency trading and AI. You can see the move higher, but then also the PE ratios bouncing all over the place. This is when you get into quality, and they start like rotating in and out of sectors, even though we hit that peak. And that my question here is, we're coming into that same place again. Last time, I believe this is October. This is July. Sorry, July of last year. We sold all the way down into October, and then we ran it back up, and we're here again right now. The question becomes, do we have that blow off in July? Come back down for a correction, but then when we head back up here in the end of year, does it become similar to this last trip that we had here, where you have to be careful of what you're in? Do you want to collapse down into just Mag 7, or just the S&P 500, or just QQQs, just the majors? Do we get the same repeat where they're knocking the legs out from underneath you? Remember we used to talk about that? They got a stool, and they knock one leg out, one leg out, one leg out, and they rotate all the way around that stool and then back into that stool and only leave so many legs on, right? Before it was like the Apples, and I believe Tesla might have been one of them at one point. Amazon, all the favorites due to debt being so, or debt, bonds being sold, corporate debt bonds being sold. But I wonder if that's going to happen again as we head into the end of this year. And Goldman Sachs brought that up as well. Goldman Sachs brought that up as well last week on Friday, to stick with quality and the Mag 7. But of course, Gamma Labs said, no, they're not They're not actually buying into quality. They're just doing a protective trade and Mag 7. That was it. There is no rotation in their viewpoint in the greater market. It is only in the Mag 7 and protection. Protection being like XLU, XLP, buying volatility, stuff like that. Anyways, okay, so question for you. So I have had this time off from streaming. I was thinking of moving, leaving the chat open on Twitch and YouTube, but switching the main chat, our discussion, to Discord. I wanted to get your take on that. What were your thoughts on? I'm going to ask the Discord right now. Because I was reading through the Discord. I'm like, man, Discord's got some good conversations going on in it. So here, I'm going to go over to Discord and ask in there and see what they think. See, I'm changing the chat to Discord. Leave the chat open for people that want to comment on YouTube and Twitch, but not have the chat there. Have the chat inside of the Discord. Get off this one right here. Let me go over to the chat. Yeah, Pink Bottles is in there. He's talking right now. go through here and see what's going on. Let's get inside of the general chat. So I think that's what I might end up doing. Let's go over to general chat. Yeah, I think the Discord chat is where it's at, too. Moving the chat to Discord would leave the chats up. Chats up in YouTube and YT and Twitch. But not interact. Let's see what they say in Discord. Hold on. Yeah, they like the idea. Yeah, I think I agree with this. Joe Donut brought it up too. He was like, we should keep the chat in the Discord. Yeah, the key point though would be the Discord chats. I could bring them up in the show. I like some of the Discord chats are fucking awesome. So yeah, I think I'm with that. That's what the Discord's saying. The same thing. Main chat in here, I'm with you on this. Yeah, they're all saying yes to this as well. I think we try it. I think we should try it for the week. I think we should try it for the week. I'm with all these guys are saying the same thing. Oh yeah, exactly. Primary or Binky's saying primary chat in Discord, support minimal chat in Twitch and YouTube. I think we're gonna try it for 1 week. We'll see how it goes. Of course, Discord wants Discord chat. Well, we'll still keep the YouTube chat and the Twitch chat. I just don't think it'll be the focus. Dude, the Discord has kick-ass conversations. Like they're killing it in Discord. So I think we're gonna try the Discord chat for the week. See if it's good or bad. If it's like I don't like bouncing between the two of them, or I do or don't or whatever. Oh, or get a Zoom for Oda Nabunga said he gave another option too, which was to do a Zoom for members only. Have the answer by the end of the week on what the way it is. Yeah, all right, let's try it, Harry. So what we'll do is we'll try the Discord chat. We'll try to finagle where our primary chat is going to be inside of the Discord general chat, and then we'll see how it goes with this. If this is discluding too many people or something like that, we'll move the chat back to YouTube and Twitch. But I want to try out. I just want to test it and see how it goes this week. So this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna roll this over. We're going to try it for this week and see what happens. Yeah, I like that. I never thought of a Zoom members only. Would that be something where we do like, everybody's got their video cameras on? That'd be kind of fucking cool. We did that one time. We did this. We did we did a room once with video, and people didn't mute themselves. This is the early days. People didn't mute themselves, so there was like people in their like living rooms and kitchens and wherever they were, and you could hear conversations going on in the background. You had like kids going wild, people yelling at each other. It was kind of wild. People didn't know they weren't on mute. All right, let's try. Let's see what happens here. Let's see if I can let's see if we can we'll do the Discord thing. We're going to try it for a week. Yeah, I think we're going to do Discord. Now I got to figure out how I'm going to look at Discord. I don't know if I have the right screen for it. Hold on here. I got to figure out a way to how do I give me a second here. Close that up. All right. That works. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Oh, that works. Hold on here. Looks kind of wonky. What is that there? Multi-stream chat. I can't see that chat, can I? Then close that up there. That's still kind of wonky. Hold on there. All right, that works. No. No. Close that up. I'm probably going to have to redo the layout of Streamlabs. Definitely going to have to redo the layout of Streamlabs. Definitely going to have to redo the layout of Streamlabs. Let's go halfway with that. I need a bigger screen, I think. I'm going to need to get like a monster screen. And then where's Discord? We'll bring Discord up here. Hold on, boys and girls. Oh, dude, I can totally do a chat with Discord chat. I wonder if I can screen grab it or like do a screen shot of Discord and put that on the screen here on the chats. These sellers are trying to come in right now. The sellers are not messing. Look at them like sell PT1. Let's look for some puts. I think I have another way I can do this. Hang tight, I gotta log in. Let's look at SPX over here, 5550. Friday the 5th at 11:30. Yep, that's 553. Damn. Dude, puts do not pay. 553p for tomorrow. 43 cents. This is why I don't buy fucking puts. Puts suck balls. All right, let's do it. Puts are terrible. I'm looking at puts for tomorrow. 553p's are 43 cents. Stupid expensive. Oh, look at that, dude. So beautiful. Look at that 30-minute. Oh, God, yeah. Oh, hell yeah. Look at that. It's absolutely stunning. All right, I've got 550p's for tomorrow. They're 14 cents. No, I'm not willing to take. I think I got 14-cent puts for tomorrow for 550. I don't think we trade 550. I think we trade. I thought we were trading 550, but now I think we trade this 553 right down here. So I should have bought the 553s, but they're way too expensive. 43 cents, no fucking way. We could just as well go up from here. So I got 550p's for tomorrow. I don't think that I hold them for that long. Let me post inside the Discord. Yeah. Want some wanted. I got to do this somewhere else. This isn't going to work for me. Hold on. It's not working for me. Hold on 1 second here. It's not working. Open that up there. Multi-stream. Let's not refresh the chat, maybe. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Now trading 16 and 17 cents on 550p's for tomorrow. Woo-hoo! Yeah. Hell yeah, baby. Oh, no. Keep going. Keep going. We need more blood than that. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, woo. Oh, yeah. Oh, don't hold there. Come on down. Come on down. Price is right. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Love it. Love it. Oh, yeah. I love it. I love it. This is good. I don't know what the fuck is going on with my stream chat over here. I got my stream chat's all fucking wonky. Oh, there we go. There we go. That's better. Oh, dude. I bought it right at the right time. Huh. It's like a little bit of vacation there, huh? Got a little vacation trade going on again. Whoa. Not too shabby, huh? What's going on there, Spoos? Dixie coming into its weekly trigger right now. The Dix. See what the Dix wants to do here. What up, Kenny Tran? All right, how are we going to do this? I got to figure this out here. All right, we're going to leave that there for now on. I'm going to move a I got to move a screener so that I can see the Discord chat. I can see it right now, but not quite like I want to see it. But SPY 550p. All right, we're gonna do Discord chat for the rest of the week. We're doing Discord chat, so the Discord chat is going to be the chat for. We're going to try out Discord as the place for the chat. Just a note here: VIX 9-day just shot up. Whoop! Went from $10.54, now trading $11.72. See if there's a little reversal here off of this PT1. Hey, David, how are you doing, man? We've got the two lows in here. The pre-market low, 4 a.m. low is, snap a little line down there. This is the pre-market low right there, 553.77. With this little sneaky Pete down here at 554.42. Let's see how the Bears do here, if they can hold this or not. We want to see a rejection here for the bear plane to complete. SPX gamma coming down into support. There's a lot of gamma down here. Just to note to you that there is a lot of gamma underneath SPX gamma at 55.50, 55.60. And 55.70. We'll see if this holds or not. I want to move this tonight. I'm going to move this screener over here. Or maybe I put it in front here. I wonder how I move this around here. I got to move this maybe like move that over slightly and then move it over in the middle here. I need a screener right in front of me for Discord. I wonder if I could do like an iPad or something. Maybe I could do an iPad. I fucking hate Apple, though. Fucking, I don't like it. Well, that would look better, though, wouldn't it? Have it, like, right up right here. What's the ease? Can I put a keyboard? 1, 2, 3, 4. How many monitors can I have on this fucking thing? It depends on my graphics card, I think, how many monitors I can have. I wonder if I can add one more monitor to this setup over here. You use an iPad every day? I want to be able to quickly type on the same keyboard. It's like I got 1, 2, 3, 4 on one computer, 4 monitors, but I think it matters. I think I can add a 5th monitor, but I'm not sure. Let me see what the best way to do this is. I got to figure out the best way to do this. I don't like it like this. I like it right in front of me. I like it like right here. I like it just. I need a. You know what I need? I need a larger monitor. That's what I think. I need a wide monitor. I need a wider monitor, and then I can just do. I can just do like a. I think that's the way to go here. No, hold on here. Nope, nope, nope. Let me see if this is the way to go. I got to try this out in real time. So we got going on here. Turn that over there. That right there. That over there. See how this works out. See how this does it. I like the idea of the iPad, but let me go through this and see. Can I move that over? Can I hide the who's in the Discord? Like when it shows the nope. In the layout of Discord, can I hide the hide member list Discord? Can I do that? No, I don't want to do it from the admin side. I could do it that way, couldn't I? Let's see what this looks like. Hide a member list. No, I don't want to hide it from other members. I want to hide it from myself. Let's just look and see. Any way to hide the list of members on the right side. Next to the pin. Desktop next to the pin. I just don't want to see it when I got it collapsed. Pin messages, notification settings, threads, hide member list. Oh yeah, there it is. Boom. Done. So much better. This totally works. This totally works. All right. So now I've got this open. How do they do over here? Pretty good, pretty good, pretty good. That looks pretty good. Okay. That looks pretty good. It's all looking pretty good. This might work. Use the iPad to keep up with Discord chat. They then run Discord in the background on PC when I need to use the keyboard to chat. Got it. Got it. Let me see here. Man, I don't, yeah, that kind of works. That kind of works. Let's take a look at Tesla. It's on a 30-minute chart right now. What's my boy Tesla doing over here? What was the high on Tesla? 254.13. That looks right. What was the low at 930? 261. Tesla looks strong as fuck, doesn't it? I own a ton of Tesla, sorry. I gotta look at Tesla here. Tesla just has to hold. Tesla only has to hold. It's like 242.45. Even if it sells down there, I don't care. That's all that matters to me in Tesla is that we trade this 260. I'm wondering if I should take Tesla off now or. So I've been long Tesla. I was long Tesla on the low, I think at 143 I got in. And Tesla, I've got Tesla going to 280. 278 I think I've got Tesla going to, but yeah, if it can get 261.71, I think I might take it off. I'm going to check Tesla and call put buying. Hold on a second here. I got to. I got some stops on Tesla. Upside target for Tesla 261.71. I think its trades 278. Downside, I want it to hold this. I don't want it to go below 242.24. So some downside stops 240, 242, somewhere in there, and we'll see how that works out. Oh, okay. Just want to delete that there. Right. So we did Tesla, right? SPOO's bleeding right now down to its half-hour trigger. First target for SPOO's is 554.49. Hourly trigger is down here at 553.21. I don't know if we can get to my original target of 550 by tomorrow. With this bit, we got a lot of gamma underneath. We'll see how this plays itself out for today. But Tuesday, I'm looking for a dip to buy for the week on Tuesday close, or a trade to 553, 550. So we'll see if we can get there by tomorrow. And you're not selling your shares before 420. I think we go to all-time highs on Tesla. But I want to take profit along the way and buy dips. By like mid-July, I want out of Tesla. If we can trade on Tesla 261, I'd call that a win. Although I think we can extend to 278 up here. By like the 15th or 17th. I should make that a yellow line. But then I want out of Tesla and then get back in it. For a run for the end of the year. Sometime in October. Late September, early October. Look for a low to buy. And I want to see Tesla go all-time highs. And I read something wonky. I was on Wall Street Bets, and people have hindsight vision on Tesla. Let's go down there and look at Tesla really quick. So people have a lot of hindsight vision on Tesla. I saw an article this morning saying hedge funds got fucked on Tesla. I remember, and even myself, I was hoping for an escape right in here. Right here, I was hoping for an escape for Tesla to go higher, and they didn't. They got sold down. Once they got sold down, we had high risk of trading. $70 and $42. I think it was $72. Where's Tesla? There it is, right there. We had high risk of trading $72 and $42 down here. But then we started to, actually, they started to accumulate. Yeah, right down in here. Started accumulating right down in here. And the winds changed for Tesla. But they're trying to say that Tesla would, or bulls were saying that Tesla would trade this, the $80, 72, and possibly $42. That didn't happen. But there were a lot of Tesla bulls that wanted to see that price down here too, and they're trying to rewrite that thesis. I remember that they were like, fuck no, there's going to be a bloodbath down here. And there was risk of that bloodbath, but then that risk went away. There was risk of Tesla going higher here. That went away. We went down. But then there was risk of going down here. That went away. We went up. But I want all-time highs. That's that 420 someone was just talking about up here. And I agree with that. I agree with that sentiment for end of year. Or at least for right now, I agree with that sentiment right here. But a pullback, major pullback up here on Tesla would not shock me. Squeeze up, come back down, retest the daily cross of the monthly. And that would be the second buy-in to trade 420. So just be aware of that. Be aware of this daily trigger crossing, the weekly trigger, and the monthly trigger. In a back test of that cross. You're likely gonna see that test, and you can actually see a previous one here. Came back down, retested again. So I wouldn't be shocked to see a back test of Tesla, and I'd be looking for it here, right over here. You can see the cross down here, and as the daily trigger is making its way up. So if you end up seeing like a bloodbath down here and you don't want to get out of Tesla, you're like, fuck that, I'm staying long into 420. Just don't panic. You're going to watch that daily trigger cross, and you're going to watch a retest of it. You'll see that weekly come up as well. Some kind of retest of like 200, 210 to 220, somewhere in here. I'm looking to rebuy in here for that all-time high trade on Tesla. But just be wary of it that it's there. Just be wary of it. It's there. I have an upside sell on 261.71, and I've got some stops below at 240. I do expect 278 to be traded before the roll down, but I don't want to be long here and get like caught trapped and we're bleeding down there. That's $100 fucking dollar trade right there. It's made $100 on Tesla. I was in at 143, got out at 175, and then I got in at 173. Trading 252 right now. Or you know what I could do is stay long and sell calls up here too. Could do that. That's a possibility as well. That's a possibility as well. Cheap previous gen iPad and stand. Well, it's not this. It's not just the iPad. It's the space on my desk. OG Og. It's my peripheral vision too. Because I'm like 1 to 3 feet away, I only have there's the 30 degrees and there's the 45 degrees. I've got it open. I've got a one screen that's put 2 windows side by side instead of a full window. It works for today, but I probably need to get a wide screen. Let me look up a wide screen really quick. Wide screen monitor. 29 inches, baby. Ooh. 34 inches. dude, $200 at Wally World. 34-inch. Hold on, I gotta whip it out and see how big my screen is here. I want to say that that's 20 inches. 34 would be dope as fuck. 34-inch curved. I don't have one of these. 34-inch widescreen monitor. Give me 5 seconds. I'm gonna take a quick break. I'm gonna get a measuring tape. Hold on. What is this? 34-inch on. $200. Do they even have these things in stock? I could just put 34 inches. Give me one quick second. Yeah, that curved for my pleasure. Curved for my pleasure. Yeah, 34 inches curved. Would that look wonky with the web pages? Isn't that for only gaming only or something? I don't know. 30. I don't know if that would be only for 34 inches. Let me see here. 34 inches. That would be pretty badass. Then I wouldn't have to worry. Dixie bouncing right now on its weekly trigger. SPX retesting its support right now. This looks supportive right here, but maybe they'll grind us down on SPOOs. Puts are only 17, 18 cents right now. This is support right here, by the way, for SPX and for SPY. I'm going to have to watch this closely here. I should say we're in a 1 minute chart, so our support for SPY and SPX is right here. There's a lot of supportive gamma in here. I don't know if they can grind us down here or not without an event. We've got some events coming out later this morning. We've got, what do we got going on here? I need the widescreen without a doubt. There ain't no way this is going to fly. We've got consumer inflation expectations at 11. It's 10:47, so we got 13 minutes for that, and then at 11:30 we've got the 3-month and the 6-month bill auction. So we've got consumer inflation expectations. The previous was 3.2%. The forecast is 3.0%. So it looks like we're lined up for that. Consumer inflation expectations. Watch me get blasted out of here right now. That doesn't even look supportive. We're supportive right here. I can show it to you right now, so. I don't know if you can see it, but got a nice little gamma bar here, gamma bar here, gamma bar here. So even if we go down, it's gonna be it's hard for the market to go down here with how strong it is. Consumer inflation expectations. You're talking about a big ask to get us to just bloodbath. Where CPI is the big one down here. So, or the big one this week is going to be Jerome, of course, and then CPI. So this should just be a launching pad for SPY right now. This is pretty fucking supportive in here. This whole zone right here is, unless there's something we don't know. Yeah, we got to talk about GME as well at some point. Nine minutes left until that report comes out. U.S. consumers' average 5-10 year inflation expectations have spiked to 5.6%, the highest in 31 years. Sharp rise could signal growing concern over long-term economic stability and potential impacts on purchasing power. Let me ask you a question out there. I am interested in this number that comes out. I would think that, so this is inflation expectations. I would think that if Joe Biden became president, so inflation expectations for today, the previous was 3.2%. The forecast is 3.0%. I would think if Biden was expected to be president, inflation expectations would be higher. That doesn't mean it's going to be high, or it is going to be higher, but we might have delayed inflation if Trump becomes president. I still think inflation cranks, but not like a direct tax on companies. I think that once you directly tax companies, inflation is going to boom. I am interested in this number that comes out here at 11 a.m. And not only that, I was talking to a buddy last night about price increases for 2025. And will be regardless of who's president. Do you get a spike in inflation in 2025? So if I owned a corporation, right, I don't think I would care at this point who is president. I would just expect an inflation spike in 25, 26 due to taxation. Whether it's delayed or not, whether it's direct to you and I at home, or if it's through companies. And I would think that companies would be building this in regardless as well. But I'm fascinated to see what the expectations are on inflation. I am long puts here. 6 minutes left. So we did look at Tesla. Thoughts on consumer inflation expectations. Let's ask inside the Discord. Yeah, Jimmy, I'm with you on that. It is all bullshit. That I was reading a story yesterday about we were promised a rate cut this year. I'm like, I don't know, man. They look like they're riding that rate cut promise. Jerome looks like he wants to ride that shit as long as he possibly can. GME trying to break out right now above the daily trigger. We're going to talk about GME here too in a moment. GME had a nice low at 22.61. We noted that low down here before it happened, right? We said that if we can get GME down to $22, $23, possibly even $20, 2082, to be looking to take a long on it. GME just beginning to grow bullish on its daily trigger. We know when that happens, we usually get a spike off of it. It's been consolidating for a period of time now. I'm going to go with bullish on GME here. Though I'm not sure that it goes all-time high moonage at this one point or just yet. I'm looking more for a back test as of right now on GME. 4 minutes left until consumer inflation expectations. Now, the daily trigger has been coming down on GME, which is kind of concerning. Not a conviction on negativity for GME. But I'm going to show you what I want to see on GME to get really bullish and bulled up. SPY bleeding right now, a low just then. They didn't get the new low, though. They did not get the new low at that point. The low was 55.4.92. The prior low just now was 1 penny higher. I would have liked to have seen a new low already, but we didn't get it. So GME in here, right? If you'd bought this low down here for GME, you're long and strong on GME, and you're looking for a new high. I'm going to draw this in on GME. I'm going to draw two things here for GME. So I don't want it. My point here would be I don't want to see. Let's get rid of that really quick. Stop this here. What I don't want to, I'm going to show you this. Let me see if I can go there. Well, we'll wait. Well, you know what? I'll come back to GME. I'm going to talk to you about GME here in just a minute. Because there, and I'll explain it to you as we wait here. We got 2 more minutes until consumer inflation numbers come out. Now, there's a there's like a 2-part trade to GME. Jeden says that he's out right now. He had SPY 79, 555 Ps. He was in for $1.10, got $1.25, and he's getting out before the news. He's selling the news right now. We go. And you give some little fire thing for him. Yeah, I don't think we caught. Well, let me write this down. Hold on. Shit. This is an official document here I'm writing on. We're going to talk about rate cuts and unemployment. Rate cuts and unemployment. 10.59 squeezing right now. I'm at 16 and 17 cents on puts. Let's see if this report actually matters or not. Don't forget, even if we squeeze, we've got a 3 and 6 month bill auction thereafter. It might be short-lived. If you are long calls here and you're looking for a payday, just make sure that you take the money and run. As we do have a 3 and 6 month bill auction coming out right after. So weird.
Though.
You guys couldn't hear this, sorry. I had a different microphone on. Or a different speaker setup going. Looks like there was a slight miss on inflation expectations. Lower and more lower ahead of market. Loves rate cut idea during summer when doesn't like the cut when it comes. New York Fed, June 12th, year ahead expected inflation at 3% versus May 3.2%. June 3-year ahead expected inflation at 2.9% versus May's 2.8%. So mixed bag right now on inflation expectations. Not quite good, not quite bad. Oh, we got one more. June 5-year ahead expected inflation at 2.8% versus May's 3%. So it's positive overall. Not kick-ass, but good. GME trying to break out above its one-day trigger right here. They're probably going to squeeze here. Just be careful of the 3 and 6 month. I'm up a penny right now. I've got to stop on 14 cents so I don't lose my ass here. A delayed reaction on that news. And just like that amount. Flat right now. No loss, though. 550Ps, bottom for 14 cents, just got stopped out for 14 as well on GME. Consumer inflation expectations are going down. Not huge down. We've got New York Fed June 1 year ahead expected inflation at 3% versus May's 3.2. That's positive. New York Fed June 3-year ahead expected inflation at 2.9% versus May's 2.8%. That's negative. And I think that is geared towards taxation, expected taxation. But the June 5-year ahead expected inflation is at 2.8% versus May's 3%. So that's positive. So positive, negative, positive on inflation expectations. I think that the positivity surrounding this is perceived in Trump winning the presidency. So that's good. It's good for now, at least. Whether he wins or not, whole nother topic of discussion. Consumers see slower expected price gains for rent, food, medical care, college, and gas. That's the New York Fed. June expected year-ahead earnings growth best since September 2023. Perceptions of the household financial situation lost ground in June. Lost ground in June. So a little bit of some mixed bag here in the report from inflation expectations from the consumer. I want to say if it was like a 1 through 10, it wasn't a 1, it wasn't a 10, it was like a 6. 6, maybe 7. Don't forget we have a 3 and 6 month bill auction at 11:30. There's likely a hedge still in the market, waiting for those numbers to come out in 25 minutes. We're going to talk about GME really quick, and then we're going to talk about rate cuts and unemployment. So GME, let's take a quick look at it together. So to talk about Tesla, Nvidia, and GME today. So let's take a look at GME and see what it's showing. And I want to show you guys something on a 30-minute basis here and why this is important and its implications. So whenever we have a nice downside move in daily velocity on GME, it's a good time to buy. If we don't get a big move down, which we did not in velocity on daily velocity in GME, I'm slightly suspect of how high it can go. I really like to see these nice deep valleys on daily velocity. Didn't see it right here. We also have a prior high in velocity over here. So I'm going to snap a couple lines for you just to show you what happened in prior history. One right there. And one right there. And then I also want to show you on a daily basis some more stuff. So weekly velocity, we have a series of new lows coming in right now. Now, we'll talk about if we get a new high up here, what the impact of that is on weekly velocity. But also, the monthly velocity looks great. So even if we get a pullback, I'm still bullish on GME. And we have accumulation going on a quarterly basis. So like long term, I'm bullish on GME. In the midterm, it's going to matter what the high is on GME. Or if we're staging a pullback here in GME, some kind of a consolidative pullback in the future. And we also know that we're expecting some kind of a correction in the market in general. So let's just take a quick look at GME and see what I'm talking about here. So let's go to a 30-minute basis. And I want to show you this prior example. We had a nice little run up, then a pullback, right? And right in here, we had a gorgeous little run. This one was a bad little boy up here. Look at that. Rip higher. And then down. And we've got this trend line right now. 1, 2, and 3 right here. So my question to you would be, so we can put a couple of these bad boys in here. Let's do a 1-hour basis here. Got that one right there. Those sellers right there. Big sell right here. Big sell right here. That's where the bad boys are right here. Nasty boys up there. So my only real concern here is that we come back and back test this weekly cross of the monthly trigger. We have a roll on the daily, and velocity on the daily velocity is a little like, it's a little suspect. There. Nope. It's a little more exacting in here. And we've got July 17th in here. Down. Man, there's a trap in here for fucking bulls, I think. GME upside expectations on a very bullish path. 33.93. But I got real fear here that we come back and trade this cross at $20 or even back down to $10 for the leg up to 48 or higher. GME now trading 25.01. We'll leave this up and see how it goes. I want you to know that this ticker in particular, I want to see 2677. I don't want to see it fail before. So we could trade this, bump down, that's fine. Bump down, that's fine. But I want to see that target for that next leg higher. I don't want to see a failure at 2616, failure at 2668. I want to see the showing me that we're going to run higher. There might be a beautiful trade in here if we can get above that 2678. A beautiful trade to trade 2880 and possibly $33, $34. You have to hold this too. Another note on GME would be we need at this point to hold 2472. If we don't hold it, I think we do trade at least 2087, 1899, and possible we go all the way back down to $10. It's possible. So bullish right now on GME. SPOO's rolling again, waiting for the 3 and 6 month. Short-lived. 16 minutes left. Should I try it again? Should I jump back in on those puts? That's weird. $55.85 down here. $5.85. Tesla now trading $255.92.
$1 billion, and 6-month bills total $3.9 billion.
Hold on here, guys.
Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge news for non-farm payrolls? Then sign up today and get our special offer of Financial Juice Pro.
Tesla trading $255.92, $255.72.
And save 92%.
Trading through R1 right now, 255.11 on Tesla. R3 on Tesla is 265.02. Here we'll go down. I'll show you guys this here. So I've got a target up here of 278. R5 and R4 is right below. I think I'm out here. I'll look, but I think I'm out at 261.71. I wanted to stay into 278 or ish, right around here. I think I'm getting greedy. I haven't made it. I mean, I've got to stop. I've got to stop right here where this yellow line is. I'll decide on it as we get there. I got to think about it. I think time matters on this. GME, bullish right now. I want to see 26.79. I want to see a successful back test. Then I want to watch what happens up here. We can trade above that one and then trade above that one up there too at $34. Next one we have not done yet would be what? Promised I'd do NVDA today as well. So Nvidia. Saw a lot of talk about Nvidia this weekend. Hot stocks with NVDA. We talked about Nvidia and any pullbacks to buy. It's holding its daily trigger right now. Well, let me just delete these lines over here. A note about Nvidia is that it is coming into, on its quarterly basis, it has more room to run. On its monthly basis, it has more room to run. Its weekly basis, it has a little bit more room to run. It's losing daily velocity right now. It still has more up to go, and even if we have a correction in July to October, I don't see the doom and gloom that everyone else is saying. Still seems like it's on track for a good end of year. I do think it trades 150 and $200. NVDA. One hour basis. It got sold. That over there.
In 10 minutes' time now, at the bottom of the hour, the US is due to sell $76 billion in a 3-month bill sale. The prior high yield was 5.24%. The prior bid to cover was 2.76. The US is also due to sell $70 billion in a 6-month bill sale, with a prior high yield of 5.115% and a prior bid to cover of 2.99.
Now here's some talk about, we need to talk about NVDA. NVDA. You are going to trade 150, mark my words. Mark my words, you're going to trade it. And you're going to trade 200. The question is going to be, can you hold on for it? You're going to get bombarded. You're going to get bombarded. I guarantee it, you're going to go through election volatility. Binky, make like a mark on this video right here. If you can make a mark in this video. NVDA. You are going to go through a correction more than likely. There's a high probability of a correction in the marketplace coming up in late June, mid to late June, into October, at least around the 1st, the 3rd of October. Or that's the expectation, at least. in that period, this is pre-election volatility. In that time period, it's not so much a question of are we like you're going to come on the stream and you're going to say to me, Cap, you told us we were going to 150. Cap, you said we were going to 200. Cap, Nvidia, I don't know, it's imploded. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it until I don't want to hear any complaints until we get to end of year or maybe it's January to March of Q1. I don't want to hear it from you. Like, hey, Cap, why aren't we there yet? So in the long term on NVDA, expect to trade 150, 200. In the medium term, expect some volatility. Expect election volatility on NVDA. My expectation from here would be that we trade 150 before, maybe even a little bit slightly higher before that election vol kicks off in late July. I do think we trade the 141, and then we trade 150, at least 149 or maybe 151, somewhere in there. So I want you to, like, in the midterm, and then so in the short term, I'm pretty bullish. On the midterm, I'm like, pullback time, right? We trade 150, we have a pullback for that election volatility, but then it resolves itself to the upside of 200 for end of the year. So any pullbacks on NVDA, whether it's to the daily trigger you buy or even the weekly trigger you buy, in the next 2 weeks, you should see NVDA weekly trigger trade to come up to about $100. So if we trade 150 and come back down to 100 and then trade the 200, what it comes down to is your emotional fortitude, right? Your internal fortitude. If it takes you to buy NVDA and close the laptop, that's what you do. If you want to take the money and run at 150 and then rebuy at 100 for 200, that's what you do. However you want to manage that yourself, that's what you do. But we are trading $200 fucking dollars in NVDA. I want you to know that. We are trading $200, 150 and 200. And I was reading over the weekend Wall Street Bets, in particular, telling you that NVDA is done. That is a fucking falsehood. It is bullshit that NVDA is done to the upside. And I need you to understand that out there. If you're a part of NVDA gang, do not listen to these fuckers. They're out of their fucking skulls if they think that NVDA is done going up. And if anything, there is just opportunities to continue to buy
bottom of the hour,
the dip on NVDA.
$1 billion in 3-month bills. The prior high yield.
So you're gonna be looking for something like this. I'm gonna show you guys what to be looking for in NVDA,
the US
and then what we're looking for thereafter. So
bills. The prior high yield was 5.115.
let's go to a daily basis. Maybe this might be better. I'm going to daily basis here in NVDA. Well, I got someone calling me right now. Okay, so NVDA. That was Friday, right? July 22nd, somewhere up in there. And then you're going to see blood, dudes. Way back down in there. Now, this weekly trigger, as it comes up, it is possible that there's a not damage, but
17.75 million barrels in August versus 19.19 million barrels in July, according to the schedule.
let's take a look here. Yeah, they want to close that gap down there, don't they?
Protect your trades from macro headline risk with Financial Juice Pro. Now only $99 a year for our real-time service.
This is October. Am I on a daily basis here? October 3rd. $17th. Right there. September 1. Where's September 1? Right there. Just like that. Just like that for NVDA. $17th. There could be the 30th.
So shortly expecting the results from the 3 and 6 month bill auctions.
Yep, right about there. NVDA. By mid to late July, expectation we trade 151.57. We begin to consolidate sideways. Experience a bunch of new lows. Trade all the way down to at least 120. Back to 120, though there could be a pullback to close the gaps all the way down to $100. Now, not guaranteed we close those gaps out at $100, but whatever chance they give us to buy this down below here, $100 right there. Whatever dip buying opportunity they give us down here, this is going to resolve to 160. Raise that up, 161 and change, and then we're going to end up trading that $200 pullback, and then a nice little squeeze up into end of year to $200. Expectation we trade 200 by end of year, maybe possibly Q1, but I doubt it. It's a 30-minute chart now there for you. NVDA.
Three-month high rate 5.23%, 5.23%. with the bid to cover ratio of 2.84, 2.84. For the 6 month, the high rate was 5.08%, 5.08%, with a bid to cover of 2.95, 2.95. So for the
Qs, you should already know my target on Qs right here.
37% of bids at high, and the 6 month sold $74 billion.
Tesla traded 256.97 right now. R2 is at 258.69. Harry just asked in the Discord, look at PANW. TNX turning around. VIX backtesting its daily trigger. Damn it. No, 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 no. PANW. PANW. Don't like it. Like it in the midterm, short to midterm. It's losing velocity in its weekly and its quarterly. I look at PANW. PANW. Harry. In my view, PANW is in distribution. In the long term, I'm not bullish on it. In the short term, I am bullish on it, but nope, I don't need that anymore. Short term and bullish. Long term, you're selling 362. 1, 2, 3. Low. There's a new low here too. I'm not bullish on PANW. Let me check them out. I'm bearish on them. Everybody's bullish on it. Everybody's bullish on, yeah. Okay, so Palo Alto Networks. This is a fake out. It's trading like a meme right now. As soon as they close the gap above at 362.87, it's going to sell down even more. It's in distribution, whether you can see it or not. You might get another leg out of it. There, we'll just do it on the, let's do it like that instead of having to fucking keep drawing this bullshit out. I guess I would say to you, I'm bullish. Oh, that gets taken right down. I'm kind of bullish on it here to 362.87. But it resolves to the downside. Be very wary of be very wary of PANW into end of year. That's July 16th, July 17th. I guess short-term bullish, medium-term bearish. Whatever recovery happens in here, I'm bearish on it into end of year. It's in distribution. It doesn't show it, or it looks bullish just looking at a chart, but underneath the surface, it's being distributed. 100%. SPY now trading a low of 554.74, grinding down. 11:45 in the 11:49 in the sorry, 11:40 in the morning. Slow grind down. I guess I mean I don't know how to look at Palo Alto Networks, right? I see why people are bullish on it. 2 weeks ago, it made a giant move. There's like talk that it's like the counter NVDA play. As soon as it closes that gap, dude, it's going down again. It got murdered already. Got murdered right here. I bet this was on I'm going to almost guarantee that this, you can see that right there too. As soon as it closes this gap, it's going to go back down again. There's a gap left behind right here. It's going to close that gap, and it's going to keep distributing. Keep distributing. Price target 164. Definitely 240. When did this run start on this shit? Oh, yeah. I'd have to look at, man, unless there's some news that I don't see. Even no, I don't. No, I'm sticking with what I have to say in this. It's in distribution. It's 100% in distribution. What else we got here? Waterboy. Crowd is another one lined up to move. Fortnite for OPEX is very active. CRWD. That's from Waterboy. CRD moves for sure. I was in and out of the 400C this morning on the squeeze. How was crowd on triggers? Roger that. Bearish because everyone else is bullish. Thank you. Thank you. It moves exactly like Tesla most times. OPEX 350 for PNW. Also active recently calls. OPEX 350. Yeah, it's not a bad call. I don't mind like PANW calls. Waterboy on Pacific. Just be aware that it's in distribution. In the short term, understand the 350 call. If you trade 342.55, you got to get a print. If you trade the 362, you're going to catch print into the end of June or July. I'm not anti that trade right here. I'm for that trade. Just know that it's not permanent. On PANW. Crowd. Look at crowd. CRWD. Crowd strike. 30-minute basis. CRWD. Okay. Let's take a look at CrowdStrike. On a daily basis. Monthly looks great. Weekly looks goodish. CrowdStrike. Man, I don't know. You're sitting right on the top of trend on CrowdStrike. CrowdStrike. This is a tough one. I see the want for a squeeze on it. consolidate back down here, and then squeeze it up for 450, right? Give me a second here in CrowdStrike. I want to tell you this about CrowdStrike, okay? So here's CrowdStrike on Bookmap. Some pretty big sellers out there. That's a pretty big band of sellers up here on 400. Let's see here. There's 350. We get any more? There's no market. All right, yeah. There's no market up here above 420 on CrowdStrike. There's a fuck ton of sellers in here. I mean, a fuck ton. There's a fuck ton of support down at 350. Hold on here. Give me a second here. What am I trying to do? Here's CrowdStrike, okay? CrowdStrike on a daily basis. Going back to its inception, has a nice run up, right? Comes straight back down, right? Comes right back up again. Yeah, fuck you, right? What happened in here? We hit supply, right? So supply knocked us down. We held the daily and the weekly, came back up, and now we're pinging above. So there is like an idea here. Hey, let's trade 450. That's my assumption. All right, we're gonna trade. We're gonna measure this. Trade 450. I'm gonna show you, 0.618, all this other bullshit up here. We're going up there, but Bookmap's telling you there's a fuck ton of supply in here. And then if you look at velocity, you might have a little more up to go on a weekly basis, but then down because you got a series of higher lows on a weekly basis. And even if you got those highs at 420, you're likely going to max out right here on monthly velocity. And that's the prior high back here that we saw on the last high. And you see the declining weekly basis already starting back here, right? Same kind of thing going on back here, right? See it? Series of lower highs on a weekly basis, series of lower highs, high on a monthly basis, looking for that high again on a monthly basis. Check a 30-minute basis here. And daily velocity looks pretty good. Hourly does not look so good. It looks okay. We could bump up once more, come back down, and this could keep coming up. Anyways, you get the gist, right? So where's the tag for, where's the thing that says CrowdStrike on it? Thought I had something that said CrowdStrike on it in here. There we go. Put this right here. I don't know why the fuck that's not coming up. There we go. There it is. I'd be trying to fucking short CrowdStrike. There's another one, man. I'm going to tell you guys something here, okay? I'm going to warn you guys of something out there. I gotta warn you guys of something out there, okay? There is a shoe. Now, this was in the brief last night. I'm gonna warn you guys of something here, okay? I got screamed at for this a few years ago. I'm going to warn you guys of something. I want to talk to you guys for a minute here, okay? I want to talk to you guys about something here, okay? When was it? December of 2020. I think it was December. It was like December of 2020. And I had only been on FinTwit for a short period of time, maybe a year at that point. And I was trading with Horse Lover Fat. He was new too. He came from Reddit with me. There was a final mass migration away from Wall Street Bets. Wall Street Bets was overrun. I think it grew to like 150,000 followers or something like that. But it went from like 150,000 followers or subscribers to 1 million, then 1.5 million. And people fucking fled. Not everybody, but a lot did. And came over to Twitter. And I remember trading that year. I had no followers. I think I had like 300 followers, maybe 1,000 followers, something like that, over the course of a year, something like that. But those are my real friends too. I made real friends. Those are my real. I'm still friends with all these guys to this day. But as we came into the end of 2020, there was a concept or an idea that the market was going to continue higher in 2021, and CNBC pushed a narrative that all these stocks were going to be great. All these stocks like crowdsource, CrowdStrike, Alto, Palo Alto Networks, all these other fucking things. And what really happened was you should have been divesting those stocks as we came into the end of 2020 and huddle around big tech and indexes, eventually indexes. It's like you're collapsing down your exposure on spec growth. I don't know where the fuck these tickers are going, but every time you bring these tickers up to me recently and I keep looking at them, some of them I'm like, oh, I don't know, man. Like, this looks like one of those fucking tickers that every time we go up there to those highs, they're selling into. And if we have a correction at any point this year, they could continue to sell into in some of these tickers. Like, I'm looking at CrowdStrike right now, and I'm like, it looks bullish right here, but on what time frame and what high are you looking for? And I'm looking at that red band right now, and I'm like, these fucks are, it's going to take them time. It's like an elephant, right? So if they start to divest on spec growth tickers, they just be parked up there, and they'll just it'll be a slow process. Just hear me out here. It'll be a slow process, right? But it could take a year for it to happen, 6 months for it to happen. We're in July right now, right? So if they're just feeding into the CrowdStrikes and the Palo Altos and your favorites, and I'm not talking about like a GME and a low. I'm talking about the ones that are on highs. This is what it looks like. This looks exactly what it looked like in late 2020. Just be not this is going to happen. Just as we head into the last 2 quarters of the year, start thinking about like some of these tickers are suspect to me. CrowdStrike's one of them. It's suspect to me as we head into the year. So yeah, I gotta say this because I'm gonna say this for a big reason. I want to say it for a big reason. You get trapped in that cycle and you're fucking in it for like 3 fucking years, 5 fucking years, and it sucks. So as CrowdStrike trades 420, 410, I'd need to see like above 430 and then like development above. Like, hey, it's going to 500 on Bookmap, and like a fundamental reason for it to continue higher into end of year. I'm really afraid. Like, I have a real concern here that it doesn't happen in December. It happens in this correction that it, like, you might see a recovery. Let's say you see the market corrects, CrowdStrike follows, right? But then CrowdStrike doesn't catch a new high on the run into end of year. So you're kind of trapped in it, right? Then you come to the first of the year and you find a new fucking low. Then it's a new low in February, in March, and it's a new low next summer. Even if the market holds up into let's say it holds up into 2026, but it's not CrowdStrike. It's like S&P. You end up seeing like indexes running, but not CrowdStrike. So just be wary. We're not wary, but just be concerned as time passes here. Yeah. So in your thesis might be different than mine. My thesis. Some of you think, oh, we're gonna have a bull market for the next 3 to 5 years or 10 years. I'm not on that with you. So I don't think we have that. I think we're coming into a end of a debt cycle. So in that time period between now and like mid 26 the latest, at the absolute latest, would be a market top for me, a major market top, and likely in January of this upcoming year. I'll trade it up with you in 2026, but I'm like de-risking everything. I'm selling houses right now. I have one left right now. So even in my own private life, I'm not on this trade with like, CrowdStrike trading fucking 9,000 or I'm joking, but 500, $1,000. I'm not on that trade with you. So, and the market can go higher, but I don't think it's going to be in that spec growth. So, and looking at that S&P 500 jagged run up into that bubble, it didn't do either the last time. Too much fast trading going on out there. Too much with the HFTs and the algorithms and the algos and all that shit. I mean, that's real. You can see it clear as day. You can see clear as day just looking at the PE ratios. So for me, CrowdStrike. Trade off this 410, 420. Bullish on a short-term basis on it. Looks like it's being used to sell into, to de-risk on a higher frame. I'm going to expect that large holders are de-risking on tickers like CrowdStrike specifically. And you're likely going to get trapped at some point in CrowdStrike. That's my take on it. Now, if you're looking for a place to buy CrowdStrike, whenever the selling is done on it, 100 right now, currently $125. Trading 410 right now. And I don't know how this happens or where it happens or how you get trapped in there, but the reason I wanted to tell you this was this. Go back to talking to you and why I brought up horse lover fat. We began to de-risk major holdings in spec growth, and we lost followers, we lost friends. We got told, go fuck yourself. I got DMs from people angry. Within 3 to 6 months, that was not the case. A year later, it got nastier. A year later, we were actually trading, we actually started to de-risk Apple's and all these other big tech names, and then just trade indexes into the end of 2022 or the end of 21, and getting out by, I think we were out of the market by September. We were a little bit early, September to October, November of 2021, out of market completely. But I just want you to know that. I just want you to know that this looks the same. And we caught a lot of shit. So even just saying that right now, I realize that some of you out there are going to be like, fuck this guy, he doesn't know what he's talking about. But I assure you, in like 3 to 6 months, I am going to know what I'm talking about. It's not today, but it is in the next 3 to 6 months. I do expect CrowdStrike to roll hard, and this is probably the top for them right around here. 410, 420 max on CrowdStrike. Hate saying this shit. I should just be like mad, super bullish CrowdStrike. And be like the guy that's like, CrowdStrike's going to 420, baby. Woo! Start recording videos about CrowdStrike being dope and all that shit. And then what will I do? I'll make recorded videos when it crashes. It'll have like a whole group of CrowdStrike bulls. It'll be under my umbrella for the next 3 to 5 years. That's how they do it. You know that, right? That's how those fucks do it. It's just as the pre-market low here at 7 a.m. Another pre-market tag down below at 553.78. SPY bleeding out right now. I should have stayed in those fucking puts. I'm flat right now. I'm not in any like day trade right now. I'm in charting for other people, so just note this stuff, okay? And if you get the briefs, I laid it out for you last night. I laid out for you last night the divergence between the Mag 7 and the greater market, and the divergence, the de-risking that's going on behind the scenes. I gave you the fucking chart last night. So if you are a member, if you're a supporter of what we do around here, you got that chart from me last night, and it point blank shows it going on in the background. So you don't need me to tell you this. I've got the facts on a chart, showed it to you late last night. So Dan Ives, fucking love him. I love Dan Ives. I think I said once I'd have him on the show if I ever could. Love Dan Ives. Who else do I love out there right now? There's a few other guys. Miguel Agat, love his ass too. He's a fucking badass. But just note that in the background, there's divesting going on right now, and there's like the huddled masses. They're huddling in Mag 7 and the fucking indexes. Just note that, okay?
Where he did note.
Please believe me.
Until there is more.
We always have these conversations. There are people here since day one. It's been 4 years, maybe. I say this shit to you guys like months in advance. We talk about it for a few months. Then it happens.
Coming through in the Q&A section.
And then the people disappear. They're like, oh, fuck that guy. So mad right now. So CrowdStrike. No offense either. I love you guys out there. I see the CrowdStrike squeeze. Like I'm looking at CrowdStrike and I'm like, yeah, I see the squeeze set up. It's consolidating. It's looking for like an ER trade to the moon. I see it. I get it. Short time frame. I'm with you on it. But that shit is just begging. If I was a bear, if I was a fucking bear, I'd just be up there fucking Boom, year outputs on CrowdStrike. Boom, year outputs on CrowdStrike. Like no brainer. Easy trade. I don't know if I should be saying that. It's like the lazy trade. Short CrowdStrike. I'm serious. If you follow me and watch my show for years, I start bringing up these concepts and they always fucking play out. I don't mean like, oh, he was eventually right. I mean like, I'm right there when it's happening. So it'll be in the news in 1 to 3 months. So
92%.
just be careful out there. If you can't see it, I can see it. I can see it's happening. It's there. Trust me, it's fucking there. Yeah, IWM, I'm bearish on. Even with that squeeze this morning, I'm bearish on. I'm bearish on it because of JPOW. I'm bearish on it because of JPOW. I'll be less bearish, or so like I didn't have a chance to escape last week. They didn't. Even the squeeze this morning, I said I'm going to update IWM. I'm like still bearish. I'll be less bearish after Monday of next week on IWM. Or he dangles a rate cut in front of you or something. In front of the Senate. Oh, God, the fucking Senate hearings. He's the fucking president of the United States right now. President of the United States right now. Higher end of quarter. Whew. OPEX 350 for PANW. I also active call. Think crowd might be better. I see both trades. I see the PANW trade for up. I see the CrowdStrike upside trade, the squeeze higher. But ultimately, I'm bearish on them. Waterbury, I'm looking for 400 on it, then sell again. G's Tesla sold 265 around R2. They just reversed Tesla up here in R2. Just turned Tesla around. I've got a sell point of 261.71. Looks like they're already trying to do it right now. SPY now tagging the 7 a.m. pre-market low just then.
England's Haskell.
The 7 a.m. low is down here at, or 4 a.m. open. We're right down here. This is the 4 a.m. open at 553.77. I'm going to take a quick break here. We got to talk about JPM too. Let's talk about JP Morgan. I'm a private bank member of JP Morgan. We're going to talk about JP Morgan, and I'm a regular banker with JPM as well. We're going to talk about JPM today too. So we haven't talked about JPM. We haven't talked about rate cuts and unemployment. I'm going to take a quick break. Talk about rate cuts, unemployment, and JPM. Let's get your insights from Discord. Let's get Discord's insights. 4 a.m. open right here. God damn it, I should have just left those fucking 550Ps on. And just to just close the stream and come back tomorrow. All right. What do we got going on here? We've got U.S. consumer credit change at 3 p.m. Today. Oh, well, shit. Fucked up. Hold on here. Should have just, dude. So like last week, right? When I wasn't streaming last week, fucking, oh my God. I love trading when I'm not streaming. Like you just like when I'm not streaming, I just like put the trade on, find the low, put a trade on, fucking gone, go party. Check back in a couple days, brr. Hold on here. Note that we've got a Chair Pow tomorrow, or tomorrow we've got a NFIB Optimism Index at 6 a.m. At 9:15 we've got Mike Barr speaking, and then at 10 a.m. we've got Chair Pow testimony at the Senate. We'll talk about that today too. The Senate testimony. Then at 1:30 we've got Michelle Bowman doing cleanup on any of the destruction. And then on Wednesday we have at 10 a.m. Chair Powell speaking to the House. So we've got the Senate, then we've got the House, and then here's the killer. We've got Jay Powell again on Monday the 15th at 12 p.m. So I wonder if we get like the down into Tuesday, Wednesday morning. Market runs back up into the weekend. And then into the 15th, right around there, might be the start of the top of the market with Jerome kicking off that speech on Monday. So just be aware of that 15th. The 17th and 19th are like the dates, but Jerome being out there in the 15th is kind of a question mark for me. Nice bounce on the half an hour trigger right now. If you are looking for more downside action, I'm going to take a quick break here. You're looking for something like that. If the bulls think it's all over, it's all done here, you're going to want to see what? You're going to want to see price recover, consolidate, finger trap, watch the 1 minute trigger come back up, new high right here, and then continue on its merry way. But I don't think you're getting that. And I'll be right back with you guys in just a few minutes. I think the Burr trade is the down move. I think I gave it last night, Kenny. In the market brief, I said we would trade that PT right there, and that we'd trade down into 550. I don't know if we're going to get 550, though, right now. We might just get 553. I'm a little suspect of my call for 550 with the gamma picture from today. And it might take us into the Senate hearing to get there. We'll see, though. I should have fucking held on to those fucking puts. Gah! I bought them like way up here, too. I think I bought them like right. I bought them right here, didn't I? I bought them right there. That's where I bought those fucking puts right here. Literally in that bar. Should have just stayed in them. Hopefully we can catch a squeeze and I can jump back in them again. Hope we can, like, maybe we squeeze up here and I can catch them again. Hold on to those fuckers the next time. We'll see. We'll see if we can catch a squeeze up here. All right, I'll be right back with you guys. Give me like 15 minutes. Gonna go empty the piss bag and
after a
change my shit diaper.
0.1% according to the Dixie now.
Oh, right on 45 forever said I took the puts and I'm fucking diamond handing. Fuck yeah, brother.
During this as well, government bond yields remaining unchanged. That's the US government 10-year bond yield, pretty much unchanged on the session, flat at around 0.05% down.
Let me turn this back on before I go. Hang tighter. Turn that back up so you can hear him chatting. Tesla reversing. IWM back down again. You guys got an update from me on what to expect in IWM. Q's reversing. Q's didn't get exactly what I wanted up here. Well, they did. They did get what I wanted up here. Okay, so you guys know what the expectations are in Q's at home. SPX Gamma. There's that one. HYG, they're trying to sell it. Dixie with the bounce down below. TNX with a bounce as well, looking good for the Bears. Oh, not so much yet. VIX looking sexy right now. There's NVDA. All right, back with you guys in a little bit. This new setup's kind of weird. I gotta get used to it. Be right backy time. What's going on? Oh, I don't have a be right back. Oh, I guess I gotta say that I gotta redo that one because I deleted it. Okay, I'll do it next time. Be right back, boys and girls.
important union contract expires in September. I think they're going to get very focused on that, or they could have a work shutdown, and that's not going to help their second half deliveries, which they need badly to stop burning cash.
Okay, so they have a pretty long and important to-do list. Who's going to be leading the company during that period? Because they're on the search for a new CEO. Dave Calhoun stepping down at the end of the year. What's the progress been like for a new CEO?
Yeah, so we still don't know. The company hasn't really given us any guidance on what to think there. So it makes me believe that the search is still ongoing and they're not narrowing it down very well yet. So I mean, I think that's a big question in a lot of people's minds. Again, there's a lot of important things to do between now and the end of the year. It'd be better to have a new CEO sooner rather than later. I think especially as it comes time to sit down with its most important union in September and strike a deal to keep the factories going. Yeah,
absolutely. You want consistency there, certainly when that does happen. So Boeing is scheduled to report its quarterly results on July 31st before the market opens. I know it's still early yet, but what are we likely to see from this company? Because the last couple of earnings reports, it's really been a focus on the company and how it really explains its problems. Now, if you look at the fundamentals, what do the fundamentals tell us?
Yeah, so I think the second quarter is going to be all about cash burn, right? And so the company had free cash use of $4 billion in 1Q. They told us to expect similarly in 2Q. We don't see the same number of deliveries. Deliveries aren't out yet for June, but we expect them the next day or so. But so far, the trajectory doesn't look like a great delivery quarter. So we'd expect maybe even more than a $4 billion burn. The company probably ends a quarter at $13 billion. That's we'd like to see a little more cash on the balance sheet, and really importantly, we need to see that cash burn go to zero and start to become, a cash build. And they're talking about that in the second half as they boost deliveries and start delivering airplanes to customers. So I would expect a lot of the commentary to be how they'd expect deliveries to be rising in 3Q and 4Q and not having these levels of burn.
Okay, so we also know that in recent weeks, Boeing has finally completed this deal or started the process for buying Spirit Aerosystems, its parts maker that it used to own before it spun off. Is that a done deal? Is there going to be any surprises that you're looking to that deal to create?
Well, since it was just announced, I'd hope there would be no surprises on this call, the coming earnings call. Not a done deal, right? It doesn't get consummated until next year. I'd expect Boeing to already be getting, managers into place at Spirit to make sure that quality improves there. I'd expect to get some commentary on the stability of the quality coming out of Spirit Aerosystems, because they can't wait for the deal to close next year to improve that situation. It's got to get better now.
Got it. George, really appreciate your joining us today. Again, Boeing share is climbing about a third of 1% at a one-month high, and that is our stock of the hour. Bloomberg's George Ferguson. Another mover we're watching is Paramount, which announced it has made a deal with David Ellison's Skydance Media. As part of that deal, Skydance plans to invest more than $8 billion in the business, while Paramount chair Sherry Redstone has agreed to sell her family's business, National Amusements, which controls about 77% of Paramount's voting stock. Ellison's set to become Paramount's new CEO once the deal is complete. Let's bring in Felix Gillette, who covers the media industry for Bloomberg News. So the soap opera is over?
Looks like it's finally over. After 6-7 months of back and forth, we finally have a deal.
We finally have a deal, and Sherry Redstone is out of the picture completely. Does that mean David Ellison becomes the new Sherry Redstone in terms of influence over the company?
Yeah, I mean, it was interesting. We got to actually hear from David Ellison today on a call, and he got to lay out a little bit his vision for all of this. And, talked about, Paramount having to really up its game in technology, about the various synergies he feels like Skydance will provide Paramount. Talked a little bit about its animation studio, combining that with Nickelodeon, sports and CBS, its movie properties. So it was interesting to hear a little bit. And also Jeff Shell, who's going to be president of the company. We got to hear from him a little bit too.
Is the company going to bleed talent? Because Bob Bakish was, left the company at Redstone's request. And of course, she had 3 different people from different divisions kind of sharing the CEO title, calling it the CEO office. Are they going to stick around?
Hard to say at this point. I mean, they're still talking about, reducing costs by $500 million. There's more cuts that are going to be coming. But it's this difficult time in Hollywood where everyone's tightening their belts. So I think, in general, I think the Hollywood creative community is a bit relieved at this point to have David Ellison in control. He's a known quality. He loves movies. He's been investing in the industry for years. It's not just a group coming in to cut costs across the board.
Right.
This does feel like it'll be a plus in terms of investment in the company.
What about litigation? Because there's a lot of talk about how there might be litigation from this deal from shareholders who don't like how everything's been structured and how Redstone controls all those voting shares and how now someone else will control all those voting shares.
Yeah, we'll see what happens, but David Ellison did sweeten the deal for the other investors. That was part of it. Also, increased some of the litigation protections for Sherry Redstone at the end. So that's part of what got this across the finish line in the end. But we'll see what happens.
All right, and Felix, when there are new headlines, we will bring you in to update us on them.
My pleasure.
Felix Gillette, thank you so much. Bloomberg's Felix Gillette covering the entertainment and media world. And another deal we're watching, it is Monday after all, Eli Lilly buying U.S. biotech company Morphic for $3.2 billion. Morphic develops gut-related pills, which could help round out Lilly's obesity drug offerings. Bloomberg's Abigail Doolittle joins us now with more.
And what makes this so interesting, Scarlett, right now is we have Eli Lilly up about 0.4%. Typically, you don't have the acquirer higher, but you can see that Morphic absolutely soaring up 75%, very close to the price that they offered. $3.2 billion in cash, that equals about $57 per share. So the fact that the stock is basically there, folks think that this deal will get done. But it's also interesting that Eli Lilly investors are putting a stamp of approval on it because it basically broadens them out. As you were mentioning, this company has gut-related science. Eli Lilly's been doing great with its Zepbound. That's about 60% of their revenue, but they are in immunology, about 11% of their revenue. So this will broaden them out to some degree in that area with some early stage trials, which their CEO has said that he wants to start making those kinds of deals.
And it's interesting that Eli Lilly makes this deal not so long after the CEO had talked about how he didn't necessarily need to go out and make a big splashy purchase.
Yeah, and this is, I would argue, this is not so splashy. It's splashy for those who own Morphic because the stock is up so much, but it's a small company. It's a $2 or $3 billion market cap company. It has these early stage developmental, it's a one particular selective molecule inhibitor for IBD. It's being used in three mid-stage clinical trials, 2 in ulcerative colitis, 1 in Crohn's disease. So again, for Morphic, it's a big deal, but for Lilly, it's going to be one other possible token to put in the coffer. And if this drug really works out, then it could be a nice feather in their cap at some point.
All right, great stuff. Abigail Doolittle with the latest on Eli Lilly and Morphic, which, as she mentioned, is absolutely soaring on the news that Eli Lilly will be acquiring it for $3.2 billion. Now, coming up, we're going to talk about Oaktree's Howard Marks because he sees opportunity in distressed debt after the Fed's long hiking cycle. We've got more from his interview next. This is Bloomberg.
Stepping out, throwing in a line, and dropping the tailgate for a picnic. For work and play and every day, upgrade with over 1 million parts and accessories and bring your truck to life. Real truck.
If you listen carefully, you'll hear a rhythm in the markets. The markets compose their own tunes, and once you learn to listen for them, you'll catch yourself humming along.
And global leadership are on Bloomberg.
We are 40 millions. We're a big country, and we really depend on the aid from the world. And we depend on the aid and the position and the stance of the US. So I would like to understand, what would it mean to finish war fast? If Trump knows how to end this war, he should tell us today. Because if there are risks to Ukraine's independence, if there are risks that we will lose the statehood, We want to be prepared for this. We want to understand whether in November we will have the powerful support of the US or we'll be all alone. Only our lives are at stake here, and nobody can just trade our lives.
Nobody covers the top global leaders like Bloomberg Television and Radio. The top names in business are on Bloomberg.
What I can say is that we've been making significant investments across the franchise, across regulatory reporting, across data, and across resolution and recovery planning. These are areas we've been investing in because we know they're areas that, frankly, the industry likely needs to further enhance, and we certainly want to enhance them for ourselves.
Nobody covers business like Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Morning from our world headquarters in New York. I'm Manus Krenny.
And I'm Danny Berger. Let's set your agenda.
Bloomberg Brief delivers the market news, data, and analysis you need live every weekday at 5 a.m. Eastern. Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Asia is at the forefront of some of the world's biggest stories. I'm Chevrian in Tokyo.
And I'm Heidi Stroud-Watts here in Sydney, where the trading day begins. We're here in the center of all the action to get you set up with the numbers, news, and knowledge you need for the day ahead.
The demand is indeed recovering.
We've been waiting for this moment.
The opportunity of a century.
Join us on Bloomberg The Asia Trade. Weekdays only on Bloomberg TV. Context changes everything.
The steady increase in interest rates over the past 2 years has created more opportunity in private markets. This is according to Oaktree Capital Management co-chairman Howard Marks. Here's what he told Bloomberg Television earlier.
Right now, and I think going into the future, leveraged companies will not be able to renew their leverage as easily, and the cost of doing so will be higher. So that gives us better opportunities than we've been seeing.
He was on Bloomberg Open Interest, our new show that airs weekdays 9 to 11 a.m. daily. Shonali Basak is one of the hosts of this new show, and she joins us now. So great lineup on your first day.
Oh, thank you so much. And it's so interesting because you have a show focusing on stocks also at a time where the bond market is very interesting. And what Howard Marks is speaking to, think about it, Scarlett, we're looking at what the implied rate move is for this year. 2 cuts. 2 cuts only brings you down to about 482 is the implied rate based on Fed futures. And you're looking at these companies, to Howard Marks's point, refinancing at still a significantly higher rate than they bought the debt on at. So the point he's trying to make is that there's still a bit of stress under the system, particularly in the sectors, as we've been talking about. Banks are reporting starting the end of this week and into next week, but also in other areas, particularly private equity-backed companies, non-public companies, where the stress under the surface is really hard to calculate.
Yes, exactly. And it's hard to see sometimes because it's just not visible to most of us. You mentioned banks and how they'll be reporting earnings. This will be a big week for that. And there's a big call from Mike Wilson of Morgan Stanley, perennial bear, who says that he sees a 10% correction as highly likely.
Yeah, that was a pretty interesting move here because you have the S&P 500 really hovering kind of around where he has been targeting for the end of the year. But he, like other investors, believe in a lot of potential volatility heading into the election season. So the 10% correction call is a very interesting one at this point in time, where you've seen a market shake off all the geopolitical risk. You've seen it shake off all of the rate uncertainty. The expectation has changed so drastically. But with that said, this kind of concern about a 10% correction, even people who are bullish on the market. We talked to an investor, for example, at State Street Global as well this morning, and they were saying even with that potential drawdown risk, there is still optimism on seeing it through the other side. Now, there's another person we talked to as well about kind of this uncertainty around the elections. It was Greg Jensen at Bridgewater, of course, one of the co-CIOs. One of the things he said to Ascar was that he sees a lot of fiscal risk as well. He wouldn't go so far as to saying whether he would go and put the pedal on shorting the long end of the curve. But there was another part in the market that he was bright and sunny about, as many investors are, that is AI. Let's take a quick listen to what he had to say.
Right now, I expect over the next 5 years, so much of what human investors and analysts can do can be better done with machine intelligence. And that's been a journey for me. I've been looking at this for, Bridgewater's built an expert system based on human intuition being translated into algorithms.
So we know Bridgewater, remember Greg Jensen alone was one of the early investors in OpenAI and Anthropic actually too. He was one of the first checks for Anthropic. But they also said, Bridgewater, they are hedging a lot of the AI risk as well and the impact it might have on other stocks. So it will be interesting to see how all of that plays out.
So you had Howard Marks, you had Greg Jensen. Who else do you have coming up this week?
So interesting week. We're certainly just getting started here. We have Torsten Slok of Apollo tomorrow, right before we hear from Fed Chair Powell testifying to Congress as well. We have Steve Eisman of Neuberger Berman, of course, one of the famous minds behind The Big Short.
Yeah.
So if you're worried about the market, he's certainly somebody to be listening into. And of course, Sally Krawcheck we have as well, and the CEO of Abercrombie & Fitch, whose stock has been rising at a faster pace of Nvidia, if you had been watching, if you could believe it. And I know you and I do both, where Abercrombie & Fitch, I'm going to out you. You and I might be the only ones on Bloomberg Television.
I was just going to say, you're one of the few people in the office who I've talked to about this, about actively wearing Abercrombie & Fitch, because it used to be only teenage jeans and T-shirts, but now it's so much more than that.
I've worn it to the opera.
There you go.
Can believe it or not.
Sonali Basak wearing Abercrombie & Fitch to the opera. Thank you so much for joining us. And of course, you can catch Sonali, Matt Miller, and Katie Greifeld on Bloomberg Open Interest every day from 9 to 11 a.m. Eastern on Bloomberg Television. Now, coming up, closing arguments for Bill Huang's trial over the collapse of Archegos are today. We discuss the implications next. This is Bloomberg.
New lyrics. Nationwide helps financial professionals identify their clients' long-term care needs and then plan for the cost. What rhymes with cost?
Loss. Like I'm at a loss because of your
genius?
Sure.
Finding far-off campsites with the people you're closest to. For work and play and every day. Upgrade with over 1 million parts and accessories and bring your truck to life. Real truck.
Trains. Trains that use the power of Dell AI and Intel. Clearing the way so you arrive exactly where you belong.
Surveillance with crucial data and expert analysis at terminal speed. Nobody covers jobs day like Bloomberg. Bloomberg Surveillance covers the latest in global markets and the political events that influence your world. Join Jonathan Farrell, Lisa Abramowitz, and Anne-Marie Hordern only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything. Welcome to the world of decentralized finance.
With the surge in Bitcoin, you have crypto stocks also surging.
Bloomberg's covering all things crypto, the people.
This is a political attack, and we must hold our elected officials accountable.
The transactions.
Really a record-breaking moment.
Bitcoin is the exit strategy.
And the technology.
Awareness is going to grow, and these things grow the overall industry.
Crypto as an asset class is here to stay.
Bloomberg Crypto, Tuesdays, only on Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Markets. I'm Scarlett Fu. Now, a verdict will soon be reached in Bill Huang's criminal trial over the 2021 collapse of Archegos. Closing remarks are now underway after a week-long break. Huang currently facing up to 20 years in prison for charges of fraud and racketeering conspiracy. Josh Naftalis from Palace Partners LLP joins me now with more. So there's going to be a lot of key questions here, and I think one thing that the jury will grapple with, and I wonder to what extent the defense or the prosecution answered this, is why did Huang do all of this? What was the motivation behind this? Did we ever get an answer to that?
I mean, the government tried to answer the question, and it's obviously the key question that the jury's going to want to know the answer to, which is greed and sort of hubris. He wanted to enhance his reputation. He wanted to make a lot of money. The defense, their comeback is going to be, well, he actually didn't make any money. He wrote it all the way up, and then it collapsed, and he made no money. So the motive is really going to be the key question for the jury to answer. They don't have to decide that, but everyone wants to figure out why did they do it?
Okay, so in trying to understand why did he do it, perhaps they'll come up with a rationale for whether to find him guilty or not. In terms of the closing arguments underway right now, what are going to be the key themes here that you'll be listening for from the government versus from the defense?
So I read some of the snippets on the Bloomberg blog about how the government's closing went. And they were trying to distill what is a very complicated set of facts into a coherent narrative and explain the chronology. Basically, that this wasn't, rational trading. It was manipulative trading, and that they were lies to the prime brokers. Very simple story. The defense, on the other hand, is going to try to make it the flip and make it a little more complicated, which is this was rational trading, meaning he really believed in these stocks, including CBS Viacom, and sometimes the market moves against you, and that's the risk that the brokers took.
So the defense's argument is he's not a very good investor in many ways. He really believed in it to the point that when it backfired on him, he had no recourse.
Exactly. He just got over his skis.
Okay. So one thing that's worth mentioning here is that Huang and Patrick Halligan never took the stand in this trial. Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
I mean, it's the hardest question for a defense lawyer and a defendant to answer when they're at trial. You can only answer it in retrospect. In this case, Huang really couldn't testify because he had a prior SEC resolution for his fund, his Tiger Cub, back in the day, and that would have potentially come in on cross-examination. It's generally the general advice is you don't need to take the stand unless you really have something to say. I don't think there's much really to say here, which is no one's denying the trading happened.
Yeah.
The question is why'd they do it?
Right. Now, the only defense witnesses that were called were two professors testifying as experts. Did they clarify things for the jury, or did they make it more complicated?
I think they made it more complicated, but that's kind of what the defense wants to make it. They want to make this, total return swaps. It's complicated trading. This is Wall Street. The government wants to make it very simple, which is they traded to inflate the demand, push prices up. That's illegal.
Do you think it worked in this case then to have those two professors go up there? I mean, was it enough to make the defense's point?
I don't think in the end it's going to work. The evidence is pretty overwhelming. That's not to say this isn't a novel theory of market manipulation where you push the stock up and then don't make any money. But there's some pretty devastating sort of testimony from the cooperating witnesses about not being able to get up to go to the bathroom, that they had to just keep trading, keep the pressure on the market. And those are the kind of things that may resonate with a jury, and these are tough cases to win. I've tried cases against the defense lawyer, and I've tried cases with the prosecution, both prosecutors. They're both great, but I think in the end it's just a hard case to win.
How long do you think the jury's going to sit on this to deliberate a verdict? Is this something that can get done in an afternoon or 2 days, or is this going to take a couple weeks?
I think it's going to be done this week for sure.
Okay.
The trial's been going for almost 2 months. I'm sure they're exhausted. That said, there's a lot for them to wade through. They're not going to get the case until late this afternoon at the earliest. And then they may want a day or two to think about it, but I can't imagine having been out for the July 4th week, they really want to come back next week.
Yeah. Do you think they're going to ask for clarification on any part? I mean, if you were sitting in the jury, is there a part where you'd want more information?
They're going to want to see some of the key documents and some of the key testimony. And it's usually for a couple of jurors who don't have perfect recollection. They want to see, what did the chief risk officer really say about that one issue or that one conversation the day when things started to fall apart. So it's not unusual, and the defense lawyers and the prosecution are going to try to read tea leaves based on what they ask for.
You mentioned Bill Huang has a prior run-in with the SEC, so if he faces jail time, what would it likely look like, given that he has that kind of mark against him already?
So the sentencing guidelines for him are through the roof. I think they're probably life, given the billions of dollars that was lost allegedly. That said, he's not going to go to jail for life for this, but there could be a significant jail sentence here. I think the judge will take into account the fact that he had a prior run-in. The resolution was technically with the company, his prior fund, not with him. But I think that that's still going to be a big argument for the government to make, which is, this wasn't a mistake. He knows how to avoid breaking the securities laws, and look, he did it again.
So a lot of Wall Street has been riveted by the inner workings of this trial. What part fascinated you the most?
I mean, I think there are two pieces of it. One of which is you have this sort of the Tiger Cub sort of narrative, which is this is a guy with a great pedigree, great investor.
Sure.
He had made a ton of money. And then there's the massive losses the banks took, and the fact that CS went under in part because of this. So you have these sort of two dramas that really have captured Wall Street.
Fantastic stuff. Joshua Naftalis from Palace Partners, really appreciate your joining us and being our ears and eyes on the ground here for this trial. Really appreciate it. Just a quick headline here. President Biden saying we can't waste any more time. I'm going to be the Democratic Party nominee. This is the Bloomberg Markets.
It's the world's second largest economy with a growing influence in global affairs. But geopolitical uncertainties, deflationary pressures, and questions about foreign investment linger. Bloomberg, the China Show, brings you the unmatched expertise you need to keep track of breaking news, in-depth market analysis, and the most influential newsmakers in and around China. Bloomberg, the China Show. Weekdays at 9 a.m. Hong Kong time, right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything. Bloomberg covers the world with unmatched reach and resources. From more than 120 countries, the moment news breaks, 24 hours a day. Bloomberg, context changes everything. From the world of politics to the world of business, 2 times a day at 1 p.m. and 5 p.m. Eastern Time, hosts Joe Matthew and Keely Lines deliver news, insight, and analysis from and about politics' biggest power players.
The president has been clear that is non-negotiable.
I mean, this is going to be an ugly, ugly year.
Balance of Power, live around the world twice a day at 1 and 5 Eastern, only on Bloomberg TV and radio. Context changes everything. Get your fixed income fix. Watch Bloomberg Real Yield every Friday right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything. From the world of politics to the world of business, this is Balance of Power. Washington, D.C.
Joe Biden says he's going nowhere. Welcome to the fastest show in politics. As the president delivers that message in a series of interviews and now a letter to Democrats on Capitol Hill returning to Washington today. We'll get the latest on this from Bloomberg's Laura Davison. Insights as well from Eli Oakley at Morning Consult on the latest Bloomberg News swing state poll. And Joe Biden's best showing yet, even after the debate. We'll have analysis from our political panel and an update on the Veep stakes, too. It's all after a look at Wall Street. Let's start right there, right now, with Charlie Pellet in New York. Hey, Charlie.
Hello there, Joe Matthew. Little change right now for the S&P 500 index, giving up earlier gains. Any advance today will be another record for the S&P, but here's where we stand. S&P right now up by 0.5 point. Little change there. The Dow in the red, down 49 now, down 0.1%. NASDAQ building on Friday's record, up another 27 right now, up by about 0.1%. 10-year 4.27% with a 2-year that's yielding 4.62%. Spot gold down $33 the ounce to $23.58, down 1.4%. And West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.8%. WTI 82.47 a barrel. Paramount Global has agreed to merge with Skydance Media in a deal that hands control of the storied Hollywood studio to producer David Ellison, ending one of the industry's most dramatic acquisitions. Paramount Global shares, they're lower now by 2.8%. Recapping, S&P fluctuating between gains and losses, right now unchanged on the day at 55.67. Balance of power continues. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your host, here he is, Joe Matthew.
Charlie Pellet in New York, thank you so much and welcome to the fastest show in politics, the Monday edition of Balance of Power. I am Joe Matthew, and we have breaking news, a couple of headlines here coming from the presidential campaign and specific to the Trump campaign. With a conference call underway a short time ago in which it has been confirmed what we've already been reporting, that Donald Trump will announce his vice presidential candidate by next Monday. And of course, 1 week from today is the start of the Republican National Convention. So that shouldn't be huge news based on what we've been learning so far. The Washington Post reporting this morning that it's
All right, here we go. Quiet out here right now. So Put Mafia, I saw you guys were saying about Put Mafia earlier in the Discord. It's 1 o'clock in the afternoon. I don't see, it looks like Put Mafia came out a little bit in here. If they're unsuccessful, could see a nice upside trade. Minute here. Just let me check this here. I deleted. Let's have a look here. I just had to go hunt down my my measuring tape. It the hunt for the measuring tape. It's like a $40 measuring tape. Couple of things here. On a half an hour basis, the sellers are in control at the moment. You can see it there. 1 hour basis, sellers are in control as well. Move that over. You can see it just on these bars here. Buyers trying to take over here on an hourly basis. Big buyers here in the last hour there. That's good to see. This is bullish. Or at least on an hourly. I'm going to try to buy it here, right? Smashed it up. Then we got this going on down below here. There's right in there. 554.81 is going to matter. Well, that's going to matter. This is where the fight is right here. On a 30-minute basis, you can see it right there. 541, 554.81, excuse me. Let's check velocity really quick. Yeah, a series of new lows on velocity. Half hour looks like dog shit. Already saw that, though, on the half hour basis. This looks like dog shit. 15-minute basis looks like dog shit. Half hour looks like dog shit. Hourly, undecided, but we'll know if we trade above or below 554.81. So we'll know here in a few moments. So just right where we are right now, just keep your eyes on this 554.81 is going to be the tell if we go up or down. Right now we're just consolidating. No determination if we're bullish or bearish here at the moment. Now, we took out the 7 a.m. low down here, but not the 4 a.m. low. What is that? Why is that? Why does this happen? Why does this get all fucked up when I switch? Trading view is good, but it's not that good. So right up there. We'll leave it right here. But Put Mafia, like they came out at 1 p.m. If they lose 554.81, we're going to squeeze. So no, the half hour trigger is weak. That's not good. It's neutral, but it's becoming weak. Market is really quiet right now too. There's not a lot going on. You can see there's not a lot going on out there. I'm not terribly bearish. Although I'd like to see price come down. I would love to see 55.50, which is down here. I don't think we're going to get the 550. I don't think we're going to get that one. We need like Jerome to make that happen. Without Jerome making that happen, this is the top of support right here. We already know that, right? This is the top of support.
With the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for
We have some news coming out at 3 p.m. We have another round of news coming out.
Worth of our service for the price of 1 month and save 92%.
I mean, for me to get bullish again, I really need to see like at least the break above here. At least tag that one right there, that little previous high. I guess we can talk about getting bullish, but not yet.
72 counterparties take $415.257 billion at the Fed reverse repo operation.
Still bearish here until we get above, so. Sellers still in control. So I ordered, while I was on break, I went looking for my measuring tape. I've got more than one measuring tape, but I got the measuring tape. That was missing. I've got a garage with a cart that rolls under a table. I went looking for it. I was like, where the fuck's my measuring tape? I was like, God damn it, it's the case of the missing measuring tape. I gotta write a fucking novel now. So like start the novel. It's the case of the missing measuring tape. What would Daddy do with the measuring tape? He'd leave it right on the table. So then I had to like disappear, walk around and be like, where's my measuring tape? Oh, I haven't seen it, Daddy. Where's the measuring tape? I haven't seen it, Daddy. So I'm like, God damn it, I go talk to my wife. So I went to talk to my wife, and I'm like, have you seen my measuring tape? She goes, oh, yeah, it's in the garage. I go, do you mind telling me where it is? Oh, it's on your workbench. I go, oh, no kidding. Couldn't see it there. She goes, oh. She goes, I put it on the cart, and then I rolled the cart underneath the workbench. I'm like, how in the fuck am I going to find that? I didn't say that to her, but just like, God damn it. I can't fucking win. Like, when you have like, I love my family, but like when you have a family, especially when they get older, the kids now are involved in this. Just like, where's my shit? Because I'm like an old guy, so like I just like same place, same time every time, you know. Like I don't lose shit. There's like one place for everything. It's like where my pencil goes right there. It's like that for the next 20 years. But like you have like other people messing with your stuff, there's like a new home for everything. So my wife's like, oh, it's over here in this new hole. I'm like, okay. So I went and got the measuring tape. I'm like, fuck yeah, brought it back in. I measured. I ordered 2 new monitors. They're 34-inch wide curved monitors. I'm hoping that my graphics card can handle them. That it doesn't start freezing up. We'll find out. Now, what I can do with that is I can open a dual screen or dual windows on one screen, which is awesome because then I can do a whole hell of a lot more, and I can just focus on Discord and the chat in Discord. So we got that. Okay, so anyways, I measured. It's going to be huge. I got to move like my camera. Or probably strap it and tape it to a back of a monitor or something like that because I got it on a tripod right now. There ain't going to be no fucking room for that. My bias here is bearish. until we break above 554.81. Now, if we can break above 554.81, there's a small tick up here. I'll show it to you right here. Right there. I will change my viewpoint if price can sneak above there. Okay, so if you get price sneaks above right here, 554.90, all let's do is come back down around, get that 5-minute trigger under here, get that 1-minute trigger coming up here. I'd get more bullish and be willing to take the trade higher into the close for 4 p.m. If there was a bull thesis here, if there was a bull thesis into the close, the only thing I could think of would be Jerome Powell at the Senate tomorrow. So you'd squeeze it out to the upside into the close for any kind of doom and gloom coming from Jerome Powell. I'm going to check the possibly like puts coming on market, dealers delta trade that trade, and we go up. So let me take a peek and see what's going on with see what's this mark as red. I don't know what that means. Gift inventory from Discord. No, I don't want any of that. Just want to go to right now. So let's check the net flows in Discord. On SPOOs. A lot of call buying right now. Whole ton of call buying. Started at 12 p.m. No. I'm going to check market tide really quick on SPOOs and see if that'll tell us anything. Market tide for Spoozy Woozy. Call premium going down, put premium going up. Call premium getting murdered right now. That's not good either. Call premium getting destroyed. Rid of that for right now. We've got the close here at 1600. See if we can go to the trigger screen really quick. We'll call that top for right now. That was the expectation from today that we'd trade this. Not as fast, but it fucking just went straight there and then started selling. This is the 7 a.m. open, and this is the 4 a.m. open down below. Quick second here. Check this. R2's up here. 557.90 is all the way up there. There's R2. 557.53. It's 557. All right. T1, 2. .30-minute basis. What do they got going on a 30-minute basis here? That's why R1's up there, because of this fucking thing right here. 1 hour basis. Yeah, there's some bullshit in here. Minute trigger. We already hit our PT1. All right, let's see how we do heading up into this close. Let's see if I can I do something here in the background? Without Jerome sending this shit down. Caldwell's at 5,600. Whoa. Uh-oh. What's happening there? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Have the break above just then. Hit it. Ding. Got it. Next one up here. This one's going to be messy up here. This one, we might get stopped on this one up here. A lot of assholes up in here. And we got that one over there, right there. There's it is right there. Right up there. trading 554.98. Ski. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Let's see how this. I'm going to try something different today. I'm only in the Discord today. I'm chatting in the Discord right now. I got to figure out when I get this new monitors, I'm going to start charting and posting the charts in the Discord rather than posting it here. I think I'm going to start posting them in the Discord. So I'll draw it out, post it in the Discord. Let's see how this works out. I'm going to read some news off to you, just get with you guys on some news here. 5550, right? There's a gamma. There's 5575 is another gamma bar. That's what we're trying to break through right now. So let me show you guys something here really quick. Trying to break. See this gamma bar right here? We're trying to break above it. So I'm going to raise that one right there. I'm just going to get rid of this whole yellow bar. I think this yellow bar is fake. Bar. We're going to call it right here, right where we are. Right there. We're right on it right now, so. Oh, yeah. So see this bar right here? If we can break above this bar, we're gonna retest that prior high, and then we've got 5,600 to the upside on SPX at least. And we're about to break above it right now, so yeah, I'm not gonna show you what it looks like, but you can kind of figure that out on your own, I think. Nope. We'll see what happens here. Prior high is right up here, PT1. So let's see what happens here. I'm gonna drag over PT1 just so you can see it. That was the morning high right here. What else do I have for you guys? I'm looking at the gamma bars right now, the net gamma in the market. In the background here. You guys got it last night from me. So you can, it's the same gamma bars. Nothing's really fucking changed. Let me see. I'm going to read some stuff to you here, okay? As we trade this right now, I'm going to read this to you. Just some news from this morning, okay? Oh, God. Oh, God, I want to read this to you. The only two data points of importance today. The New York Fed consumer inflation expectations at 11. We got those. Mixed bag. Consumer credit is at 3 p.m. It's 1:35 in the afternoon, so be aware of that, okay? Goldman's Rubner says that he will no longer send out bullish emails for now. As the last standing bears have capitulated and everyone is in the pool. Okay? According to Rubner, the pain trade has shifted from the upside to the downside, and buyers are running out of ammo after the best trading days of the year are behind us. July second half, flow funds euphoria typically peaks by July. Take a guess. 17th. Now, Rubner, I've already told you about Rubner in market briefs. His point here. I showed you that there's no put gamma in the market. There's none. Or there's put gamma, but it's not relevant. It's not a focal point. It's not a magnet. In a prior brief, I told you that Rubner said this prior already, what I'm reading to you right now, which was H1 of July should be gang, gang, gang. If you're under 18 years old, you know what I'm saying, and you're cringing right now. So everyone's in the pool long. Now, seasonally, about July 17th, give or take a couple days, that's the end of the song for the Bulls. I have it going to the 19th. Jerome speaks again on the 15th. So right in that zone there is the 17th. If everybody knows that we're going to be good until the 17th, depending upon where we are in the 15th, price-wise, if we're coming into some major resistance, or like if your fucking favorite stock's hitting $100 on the 15th, I would wrap it up. You know what I'm saying? If you're not quite at $100, you're like, I don't know, 96.50. Yeah, you might get an extra day or two. But just like time or price will matter as we approach July 17th. That's Rubner restating his position that we harped on last week in market briefs. According to an exclusive Wall Street Journal report, health insurers pocketed $50 billion from Medicare for diseases no doctor treated. Now, if you're a Republican out there, you say that fucking insurance creates jobs. And I disagree. My wife works in healthcare. Some of you might know that and some of you might not. She worked as a physical therapist in California. Oh, fuck yeah. For a long time. We used to live in, well, not a long time, but we used to live in L.A., and we lived in Santa Monica. She worked in Beverly Hills as a physical therapist. And she used to talk to me about the doctor of her practice. He had offices in like Miami, New York, and Manhattan, and in Beverly Hills. And the fucking amount of Medicare, Medicaid waste that guy was involved in was out of fucking control. The doctors would intentionally keep you on the rolls, and they would have you come in for any bullshit. Didn't matter. They would have you come back for repeat visits, and they fucking milked Medicare and Medicaid. It was their bread and butter. Forget regular insurance. It was their bread and butter. We should talk about that sometime, like draining the swamp. We really do need the fucking swamp drained. Trump didn't fucking do it for us. We need someone to actually drain the goddamn swamp. Fuck. According to exclusive Wall Street Journal report, health insurers pocketed $50 billion fucking dollars from Medicare for diseases no doctor treated. Quote, instead of saving taxpayers money, Medicare Advantage has added tens of billions of dollars in costs. Researchers and some government officials have said one reason is that insurers can add diagnoses to ones that patients' own doctors submit. Medicare gave insurers that option so they could catch conditions that doctors neglected to record. The journal's analysis, however, found that many diagnoses were added for which patients received no treatment or contradicted their doctor's views. That's real. We got to have a long conversation about healthcare someday. But it really is like the fire department. There's so much fucking waste. If we paid for it with taxes, you could take the rest of that fucking money and fucking stimulate some other job somewhere. So annoying. Sorry. I'm going on a tear right now about this, reading this. Trading 55.32 right now, coming to a little bit of a resistance point here. Got a cross of the 1 and 5 minute trigger happening. Hold on a second here. I gotta talk to the boys in the Discord really quick. I'm gonna hang out in the fucking Discord. Fuck this shit. Fucking Discord rules. I'm sticking with the plan for the Discord for at least the next week. Anyways, we'll move on from that. Biden. I would not be running if I did not believe that I was the best person to beat Trump. You all know I'm a Democrat. I'm going to tell you something right now, okay? If you're a Democrat out there, as of right now, Biden loses. I need you to know that. From my stock market hat, I'm going to tell you right now that Biden loses. In all scenarios, as of right now, Biden loses the election. Down ticket, you'll probably win, and we'll get gridlock. But you lose the election. I'm going to tell you that right now. As of right now, as it stands out there, and Biden's decision today to say that he's going to continue the race, he loses. From earlier this morning, BYD company to invest $894 million in EV parts factory. That's old news. Biden also saying this morning, I will go nowhere. The average voter wants Joe Biden. Don't care what millionaires think. He loses. I'm going to tell you why he loses, too. It doesn't matter who I vote for as a Democrat. You guys already know how I'm going to vote. The vote that you lose is the independent vote. And you're going to lose that independent vote due to the decline in his health. And that is the only reason you're going to lose that vote. He does not get better from here on out. When you're at his age, what we witnessed in the debate and what happened in the Stephanopoulos interview is enough. He won't recover. He's not ever going to recover from that. So Biden will not be the president. And now there could be some kind of a turnaround that I don't see or know about, or Trump could get in more trouble. I'm not happy with the fact that, you got a felon that's going to be the president and all that other kind of stuff. There's no other option, blah, yada, yada, yada. But I want you to know out there, if you're a Democrat, from Wall Street's perspective, Biden loses. Not only Wall Street's perspective, but if you look at like 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, or whatever that shit's called, or if you go to any of the betting sites, you'll see there's a stark difference. He loses. He loses the election. That could buy us some time in the marketplace too. That he loses, believe it or not. You will see people planning and voting. Your independent voter is not going to vote for Biden. God, it's so horrible to say that. But anyways, he loses. And this could extend our market too, by the way. If you're going to get Trump in, Trump will extend tax breaks for companies, corporations, LLCs, and that'll trickle down, and you won't feel that pain for possibly another year or two. Now, that'll get priced in right now is my point behind telling you this. The reason I'm telling you this is this could get priced into the market from now into end of the year. GS on French risk. Now, we're going to talk about Le Pen and Macron. Le Pen lost. Macron won, but there's gridlock right now with France. It's actually, in my view, it's good for our markets. Now, GS on French risk. Headlines read scary. The left has won, but the details are not. The negative is that the left has done better than anyone thought they could. There is risk that the left forms a minority government, and in the face of it creates gridlock and a lot of noise. The more likely outcome is that an alliance eventually forms. And that is true, too. There could be an alliance where they provide arms to Ukraine, but not offensive arms. I know it's terrible for Ukraine, but it's not France removing support for Ukraine, which would be terrible. There is risk the left forms, but the more likely outcome is an alliance eventually forms. But because the left is in a starting position of relative strength, it probably means more concessions on spending, moving the center coalition to the left. The best case scenario, you end up with a technocratic solution with some modest leftwards tendencies. All in all, there is no really bad outcome here for risk. Now, the bond villains wanted Le Pen. I want you to know that. But this is acceptable, at least for U.S. markets, and some stability in Ukraine. Now, even if Trump wins in the fall, if the EU comes together and supports Ukraine enough, it could, and fund Ukraine enough, it could put like this homeostatic, like, they don't lose, but they don't win. And it could drag out for 4 more years. If you have a down ticket win by the Dems in the Senate, it could be positive for Ukraine as well. So I don't know that Trump really winning right now at this moment is technically bad for Ukraine. That's that geopolitical risk due to war that our markets would be facing. So right now, everything looks okay. At least for our markets in terms of the EU, in terms of England, in terms of France. It's not necessarily bad for markets. Now, the bond guys, the bond villains out there, they don't want to see the left win, right? You already know that. They want the hammer drop. The perceived implication that spending will end under some kind of conservative leadership. But the gridlock works as well. Wall Street, as you know, loves gridlock. As long as there's gridlock, they're happy. They don't want the left winning everything. They would be fine with the right winning everything. But gridlock works for our markets in particular. So everything seems like it's okay in France and the EU at this point. That's all I've got for you in this stuff. Or at least for today for news, that's all I've got for you. So I'll just warn you that it's now 1:48 in the afternoon. We have another news event coming out at 3 p.m. We'll mark that one over here. Late news today. We're going to come back and back test this 1 minute trigger here. And we have we'll get rid of that one there. Come back and test this 1 minute trigger. And confirm that this bull plane is where we're headed to the upside. If we can confirm this, I think we might squeeze up into Jerome in the Senate tomorrow. So we'll see if that happens and rub it in the face of bears. Now, all bets are off tomorrow once we get into that Senate hearing. Or at least not all bets are off, but you guys know how the Senate hearings go. Sometimes they're good. I think the last Senate hearing was positive. I don't think it was actually negative on the market. But there was a moment or two where Jerome did falter. There was some volatility into that event. So we'll see how that goes. And tomorrow we'll have the show on, and we will play that Senate hearing live for you. So I want to say a couple things though. Number one, if you're European, right? Thank you for everything that you've done in your election so far. In my view, you've got to win. If you're a Democrat in the United States, you likely lose the election. But down ticket, if you win the election down ticket, that means you get someone that goes in the booth. They don't vote for Biden, or they don't vote at all, because we're in a midterm in the U.S. If you're not from the U.S., you're watching this show. We're in a I'm going to go over a few things with you guys that might not be from here, or from the U.S. We're in a midterm election. Now, midterm elections, the DNC and the RNC do not want you voting. And I'm going to explain to you why really quick, right? So when we have a midterm election, we typically have low voter turnout. That's the standard. Both parties would prefer that you do not vote. Even a Republican, they prefer that you do not vote. They don't want to risk you going to the Democrats, and the Democrats don't want to risk you going to the Republicans. So if you're an undecided voter, if you're an independent, anything like that, they don't want you there. If you're a fringe Democrat, if you're a fringe Republican, they don't want you voting either. They don't want to risk anything. They would prefer for you not to vote. Hear me on that. So they're going to portray both candidates as the worst candidates ever. And right now you got a 33-time felon, and you got a guy that is invariably not the chief executive officer. Let's be honest. So if that excludes you from voting, it's all the better for them. The reason being is they want their hardcore voters to be the only voters in this election and duke that out. Now, the U.S. If Biden was like, let's be honest, if Biden had all of his marbles, or if you could recover physically, do you understand what I'm saying by that? If you're old, right? I had a conversation with a friend last night, and we were discussing this, and it was, if you have a cold, or if you're young, you'll bounce back from things. When you're tracking Biden check in with him every 4 or 5 years, it hasn't improved, has it? The choice to not replace him means that the DNC and his inner cabinet do not fucking care. They will run the White House from the cabinet, and the DNC will run from afar. They've done this with other candidates as well. Dianne Feinstein is a great example of this. And so you basically have bureaucrats running the White House, and they'll take their chances. And what they'll do is get you to not to vote. And they'll take their chances with their party that'll slam the vote button no matter what. No matter, Biden could be fucking in a corner, comatose, in a coma, and it wouldn't fucking matter. They're voting straight ticket Dem, right? Had Biden been of his senses, there was a high chance of him winning his incumbency. So the point now becomes, can you get an independent voter to vote down ticket for the Dems? And there's a high probability of that happening, that you'll see Dems win Senate seats, win enough Democrat seats House seats to create what in the United States? Gridlock. Absolutely fucking gridlock. So that's probably the best case scenario you can hope for at this time in our politics, which isn't actually too bad. I would score, if I was a Dem, I would score that as a win at this point. Probably as a win. And the market's probably going to price that into expectations into the end of the year. Yeah, the 2025 plan, that Heritage Fund shit is fucking crazy. And I think that the Heritage group, whoever they are, I think that does bring voters out to say, fuck you, we ain't doing that. I think that does bring voters out. But there is a problem with the independents. They got a problem with voting for Biden. They really do. They got a real problem with it. Every independent that I've spoken to over the 4th of July, I got a lot of independent friends. And I asked Republicans, Democrats, independents. We discussed it all week. Had a big party in the neighborhood. It was the biggest topic of conversation, and most of those people, they're not doing it. They're not going to vote for him. So, or at least where I'm from. These are people that were not all white people either. These weren't,
Fitch ratings that the US and China challenges persist for global credit outlook.
So, anyways, just keep that in mind as time goes on. Its implications in the market. We have pre-election volatility that's expected in the middle of July into October. I don't see it being as volatile as I might have thought it could be. With where we are right now, with all of the politics out there, and where Europe is right now as well. I don't think we could fix the rent. So personally, right? I'm gonna be 100% honest with you out there. This is like 100% honesty right here. If you guys follow short and long-term debt cycles, it does not matter who's in office. They're coming for you.
The 2024 global outlook for credit has improved since their last review published at the end of last year.
You can make the sandwich any way you want.
Q1 of this year, buoyed by resilient consumer demand and fiscal stimulus, stronger demand in some larger emerging markets, and signs of a more sustainable recovery in Europe, all contributed to a generally more sanguine outlook for credit relative to at the beginning of the year.
You can you can make that sandwich any way you want. If you want to cut the edges off the bread, if you want to leave the edges on, it's still a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, right? They're going to tax you. They're either going to tax you through corporates, or they're going to tax you through direct taxation. But they're coming for your money. If you guys don't know anything about a short or long-term debt cycle, the government is going to tax you, and they're going to put the pain on. That's going to lead to inflation. Or not necessarily inflation. If they tax you through corporates, right? So if Trump taxes you, or not Trump, if Biden taxes you through corporations, right? Biden goes after and taxes. Let's say I've got a company, right? My corporate tax rate goes from 17% to 24%. There's this thesis out there from us, the plebs, that they just eat that. That's not what happens. Corporation comes in, they plan their pricing for next year, and you know what they say? Oh, our taxes are up 6% or 10%. Who do you think I'm going to pass that on to? The consumer.
2024 global credit.
They raise their prices, and you pay those taxes.
Slowdowns in the US for the second half of this year, while persistent challenges face China's housing sector.
Trump's plan is basically tax the middle class and the poors. It's like a direct tax right on you. So he will quell that demand directly from you and fund the government. Biden will do it through corporations. Now that's removing money from you, so that you won't get the inflation from Trump necessarily. It won't be in the form of inflation. But if Biden were president, you would see a spike in inflation probably in a year or two, 2025, 2026, and most of the projections say that same thing. You should see a spike of an inflation in 2024 or 25 and 26 based upon those expectations. The thing that pisses me off about all of this, right, is however that taxation is done, where's that money going? That's my question, right? And of course, the easy pointing finger is do it to debt, right? You pay down the debt. I don't know if they will. I can't say that they will pay down the debt. They could be forced into paying it down. We could end up seeing like a budget crisis again, downgrades from the S&P, all that kind of shit could come into play. But it could be delayed at least. Yeah, you pick your poison. Late stage bull runs, late stage debt cycles. That's how it goes. They end up taxing you one way or another. They come hunt you down, and they try to take all your money. So we have like wars, proxy wars. We've got civil wars, or we have internal strife. All those things are already playing out right now. You can see them clear as fucking day. And so one of the last stages of this is heavy taxation. Yeah, we talked about that last night too, Winky. My buddy and I were talking about immigration. We were talking about immigration. It was like the Dems can't even package that right. It's so fucked up. And we were talking about having kids too. I was telling my wife yesterday, or no, Saturday. I was telling my wife about kids, like what it costs to have kids. Like kids, like if you have kids today, it's a sign of one of two things: poverty or wealth. There's no in between, is there? If you have kids today, you're either wealthy or not wealthy, but you're like upper middle class, or it's like either a trophy, or you're very poor. It's one or the other. There's no in between. I shouldn't say wealthy, but two p.m. now. Let me ask you Let me ask you guys a question out there. Some people are discussing it in the Discord right now. Let me ask you guys a question out there. If you on the chat, do you think that the Dems could win if they replaced Biden? Do you think it's because of history Dems can't win? I think there's no way for them to win. You have to go with Biden just for historical, wins and losses for replacing a candidate. I think they could win. Or if they pick the right person, I think they could win. I think they could easily win. But they don't think that they can win. They think their best chances are with Biden. I think it's going to play out just like Hillary. I remember that election too. I remember sitting up late that night, and that was a big fat fucking L, right? Started out looking great, and then boom, by 2 a.m. the parties were over and the hangovers already began. Yeah. The Dems suck at hardball, don't they? They really suck at it. Like they don't know how to, like the Dems are like, they're like, I don't know if it's pushovers or they just suck at fucking fighting. Like they really fucking do. That's so weird too. They're not known for that on smaller elections. Who is the guy from Chicago that was a good Democratic whip? It wasn't a whip in the Senate or anything, but the political operative guy there that was crazy. He's starting to go fucking crazy. I forget his name. We only have two ways to win: Michelle Obama or Bernie Sanders. I think Whitmer could win. I think Michelle Obama could win, and I don't think she's ever made that. Like, I was talking to my buddy, and I was like, man, nobody liked Hillary. I was like, that's a fact. My buddy was like, she came off as a Karen to people. She wasn't nice enough to voters. She came off as a Karen, and I was like, yeah, that was it. Was it? People just didn't like her. Or maybe it was a little bit of Bill in there too. Maybe a little bit of we've had enough of Bill Clinton. We don't want you in there either. Possibly a little bit of that too. I don't think Michelle Obama has any of that. I don't know what her public record is. She doesn't really have one, does she? I think Whitmer could win. I don't know that Newsom could win, and I think that has to do a lot with like dislike of California, and then the fact that the Dems wouldn't need him to carry. You need someone from the Midwest or the South to carry those states. So you need someone from the Midwest or the South to run that ticket. And I don't think Kamala Harris could win either. She came in last place for the Dems. She could possibly get the swing voters though, but I don't know that she could win. She might come in like maybe like second or third, in my opinion. Jon Stewart, could he win? Jon Stewart. Yeah, I think he could win. I think Jon Stewart could win. I don't think he would ever want the job, though. I think that would take like term limits and you know, I was talking about this buddy I was talking to last night. We were discussing you know, our system is so fucked up. It's like you get someone in office like Biden, right? Not just Biden, anybody. It doesn't matter who it is. You can own them for life. You own them for life. If you're an interest, you can own them for life in office. Whether they stay in the Senate or they start in the reps and they go to the Senate, then they go to the presidency, or they become a governor, then become president, or if they run or whatever, they're in politics for life. And those people owe interests for their entire political fucking career. Political interests want to see Biden run and stay in office forever because their interests with this guy are since when? I shouldn't say that. He was born in 1942. His dad was born in 1915. His dad, he was raised by a guy that was raised in the Depression. This guy hasn't had anything relevant to what we're like. You know, he's not. This guy has no skin in the game either. He's too old. He really is. You know, he doesn't care about inflation. But like, if you wanted a Jon Stewart to run, my point here is if you wanted a guy like Jon Stewart to run, when you're like when they're like, here's the candidates for you. So when you look at a Republican slate of candidates, you look at a Democrat slate of candidates, they present, the DNC and RNC present to you candidates that have interests backing them. The reason you don't get good candidates is because there's no term limits, because there isn't the decommodification of being an elected official for our government, i.e., you're not winning the stock market, you're not getting sweetheart deals, you're not getting picked up to get to work as a lobbyist after you're this or you're that or your time in service are done to our country. But the same thing applies to like healthcare. The same thing applies to our taxes, like the IRS, how we're taxed. When you see why our tax system's never been overhauled, it's because of all of these backroom deals that are done. Whenever you see a bill get passed in our country, right, no matter who presents it, crafts it, draws it, when you read through that bill, there's concessions, right? You might have a bill that comes up to, I don't know, fucking make all trash bags the color blue, right? We're gonna mandate that all trash bags are now the color blue. Then you read the bill, and it's like money for this and money for that, and you got to change this rule and that rule. Like everything in our country is tied into interests, and that's a lot of the reason why you don't see things change in our country. And it's a lot of the reason why we don't get people running for office because of interests. So I can understand why Jon Stewart wouldn't want to run for president, right? He couldn't win unless he sold his soul to the devil, right? It's so fucked up. So how would you fix it? Like ranked choice would be a start, right? Ranked choice voting. So you get yourself some ranked choice voting going on, some term limits, right? You do term limits in your position. You can go to a new position, can't stay in the one that you're in, like 4 years. That's it. 8 or I would say 2 terms, 2-term maximum. Not one term. You give 2 terms. And maybe have a minimum. If you had a 1-year term or 2-year term, maybe you're allowed 8 years or something max. The term limits would be a good start. And ranked choice would be a good start. What would be the next one? Banning them from fucking making money while they're in office. Divesting themselves of the stock market would be a good one, right? How about banning them from lobbyist style or type jobs for 5 years after they leave civil service? And news. They can't be an employee of like CNN or MSNBC. You can't be fucking working for BA. A publicly traded company as an advisor or any of that shit. You can't be a lobbyist. Would that ever happen in our country? Fuck no. You guys don't vote. Oh, yeah, I forgot that age cap. Someone I read yesterday, someone said 65, 70. I don't agree with that completely. One good thing about our country is this. A lot of people retire and they spend their retirement in politics, local politics, state politics, regional politics. I don't think there should be an age cap necessarily that low. The guy had said 65 to 70, and I was like, I think 80 though, or 75, 80 is kind of the. I think 75, 80 though is more reasonable. I agree with the age limit, but I don't think it's that. I don't think it's as low as 65. I think it's like, I'd say 75. Tell me what your age limit would be. I'd say 75 on the low end, 80 on the high end. Or you can't turn 80. You can't turn 80 in the term that you're in. That would be my pick. You cannot turn 80 while you're in office. That would be it. That's what I would say. Yeah, I wouldn't want to see you like be 71 and be, or yeah, no. So if you had, so maybe that would be 71, right? If it was a 4-year term, you'd have to take office. You'd have to take office by you're 71 years old. That's what I would agree with, and it'd be a 1-term thing. So let's say you were eligible for 2 4-year terms, you would automatically be ineligible. And that would have done away with Biden in this term, wouldn't it? Right? Would have done away with him. I think that would be good. There's another thing too that I don't like. One more thing. You got one more thing. I'm not. I'll be honest with you. I'm not down with the 2 senator thing either. Based on population, I think it should be population period. Not like, yeah, the state with like 1 million people get 2 fucking senators. Yeah, Strom Thurmond. And that goes, it doesn't matter what the party is, does it, Mr. Talking Monkey? Party doesn't fucking matter. They both fucking do it. Fucking guys out there fucking 90 years old, fucking a ghost of themselves. Fucking holding office, holding fucking court, shitting themselves on the fucking Senate floor. It's elder abuse. Like, it really is. My buddy and I were talking last night. We were like, anyone out there that thinks this is okay either is young and has never been allowed to see someone age, or has never experienced, they're older and have never experienced decline in older people. Anyone that has seen firsthand, like a great-grandfather or a grandfather or a great-grandmother, great-grandmother, decline as they age, when they get in their 80s and 90s, if you've seen that decline, you can't miss it. You can't fucking miss it. Some kids are never allowed. Some kids are not. I don't know how you are. In my family, it's a mixed bag. I was able to see it, and then I was not allowed to see it in other family members. But when you see it, you can see it. You know, you can see it. It's clear as fucking day. We can't argue about it. Yeah, I'm open to that too at the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court's a fuck show too. Supreme Court needs some work too. I'm with you on the Supreme Court thing. And I wouldn't want the Supreme Court to be all Dems either. I don't even like that it's fucking political. I don't like the judiciary should not be doing that. And I wouldn't want it the other way either. I would if the court was stacked with Dems that were politically leaning, I wouldn't want that either. So I'm not a fan of the Supreme Court right now. Yeah, and you know when the sucky part too is when all these guys or men, women are in their hearings, they claim to be that person and then they're not, right? We find that they're not. So either we need to hold them to that, what they say in their Senate hearings. We either need to be able to hold them to that, or you just stack the court with 50-50. It's one or the other. If they can't do it, you just make the court fucking 50% known Republicans or conservative and 50% known liberals. One or the other. And I was talking with the other conversation that I had with this guy last night was I was talking to him about Jerome Powell, and I said to him last night, I said, it's funny, like when I watch Jerome Powell on a podium, he's older, right? How old is Jerome Powell? Let's find out how old he is. So Jerome Powell's 71 years old. If you were, when I watch him get into when he gets asked questions by the news media, he'll come out and like give a speech or whatever, or he'll read to you whatever the fucking FOMC statement is and all that kind of stuff, and then he starts to take questions from people. You'll see him. He might become defensive, but then he is able to express concepts, financial concepts to you. And he might say, and you've actually heard him say things like, hey, I don't have the figures in front of me right now, but I can tell you kind of where we are and where we're going and all this kind of stuff, or my thought process behind why we're doing this to get to there from A to B to C and all that kind of stuff. You're not seeing that right now, are you? From other people out there? We want 2 senators. Yeah, I get that. I understand that you do want 2 senators. I understand that. I got family up in Montana. They want their 2 senators too. I don't agree with it though, or not disagree with it. I think you get your 2 senators. I just don't think that you give less to other states. So, you know what I'm saying? That are more populated. I think they get more senators. It's because it's by person. In my view, it should be by person, not by state. Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy outside influence. Crazy outside influence. Just waiting right now. Market is parked, awaiting this news that's coming out here at 3 p.m. But you can think about that though. Think about Jerome Powell. He's 71 years old. He is he's 71 years old, right? He's got his faculties about him. He's able to. I'm not going to expect Jerome Powell to, I don't know, comment on. Do you know how to use your finger, Jerome Powell, on an Apple iPhone and write words with it? He's probably going to be like, yeah, fuck you. I'm too old. I'm not going to learn that shit. I'm not expecting Biden to do that either, right? I realize that, you know, you're getting older, you're going to let some things slide and some new technologies and stuff like that. But you have to be able to answer. This is my point where I'm trying to get to is when you see decline in older people, it's okay to walk up to them and say, hey, Grandpa, how you doing? I'm doing great. You having a good day today? Hell yeah. You want some steak for dinner? You want some chicken for dinner? You want some salmon? Oh, yeah, I'll take salmon this evening. I love you. I love you too. But then if I was to go to my grandpa and he's in decline and I go, hey, Grandpa, you want to start discussing inflation right now? He's going to be like, get fucked, buddy. You know what I mean? I remember when hamburgers were 33 cents. Okay. Do you want to discuss the intricacies right now of where we are with inflation, what we need to do to bring it down? He's like, go fuck yourself is what you're telling me. I'm going to go mow the lawn. The neighbor's lawn. Because I don't know which lawn I'm mowing right now, but I'm mowing. Leave me alone. I'm in retirement. I'm done. Just come get me when that salmon is done. I think that's where we are with Biden right now. And if we ain't there right now with Biden, we're going to be there in the next 4 years, right? 5 years. Not even 4 years. 5 fucking years. The next half decade. And then I said to my buddy last night, I was like, then they come out and they tell me, like, even this weekend, people were like, well, you can always vote for Robert Kennedy. And I was like, the fact that you even brought that up to me means that I'm not even talking anymore. My other buddy last night was like, well, you know, I don't like him, but on most normal shit, he's fine on. But in today's day and age, everybody's a conspiracy theorist. He's like, everybody's a conspiracy theorist. He's like, everybody's got a little conspiracy in him. He's like, I'll take that now. And I was like, no way. And he said he was open to him. I was like, no fucking way. Well, we're not going to discuss. I'm not going to have a conspiracy theorist in the White House. I'll take the guy in the coma out back. What are we saying there? Buffett plan. The current members of Congress would be incentivized to maintain. Oh, yeah, I'm with that too, Condor. Condor, I'm with that too. I forgot about the Buffett plan. The Buffett plan. I forgot about the Buffett plan. The Buffett plan is the current members of Congress would be incentivized to maintain a deficit under 3% of GDP or risk losing their chance at re-election. 100% I'm with you on that one. That would be another good one, too. Daba is saying Congress, term limits, electoral college, it all needs reform. Supreme Court life position is also unbelievable. I'm with that, too. The lifetime position in the Supreme Court is bullshit. I can't believe we do this shit in our country. I literally can't believe we do this shit in our country. Fucking 90 years old in the fucking Supreme Court, fucking hunched over in the back hallway, or not the back hallway, in the back of the fucking rotunda. Yeah, you talk about senator. So I would say this. I would say a state would have a minimum of 2 senators. Minimum of 2 senators. You get a minimum of 2. But you would base it on. You'd base our senators on population. It has to be on population. The Federalist Papers got it all wrong. Stock market is going up right now, trading 55.28. I'm in calls for I can't tell you guys what I'm in right now. Shit, I almost told you guys. I told the Discord earlier today. All my positioning is going to be in the Discord from now on, or at least this week. We're going to test this out. Hang out in the Discord, and that's where the chat's going to be. Binky's saying, I recommend they also bring back duels on the lawn. With like muskets or something, or flintlock pistols would be rad. You'd at least have a chance of missing. Flintlock pistols. Flintlock pistols. So you at least have a chance. I'm down with that, actually. Duels on the lawn. I'd be down with that. Yeah. These guys would like run for office and start practicing with flintlock pistols. Take them to the range. You'd also make them have to fucking load the pistol first. Like they have to do like 15 paces, turn around and load the fucking pistol. You know, like bite the fucking paper off, put that shit in there, stuff it down. Turn around, cock it, and then they get their shot off. I like slingshots too. Too funny, too funny. Super soaker with piss-filled super soakers. We're so terrible here. This is a bad show. Don't watch our show. So what do they do over there in that stock market show? They talk about piss-filled piss-filled super soakers. Changing their diapers. Instead of the young Turks, it's the young shits and pisses. Strid just said, my brother peed in a super soaker and sprayed me when I was a kid, so I dropped a fire truck on his head from the stairs. Kids are so mean to each other. Oh, man. Oh, Jesus, only bayonets. God, bayonets, man. Oof. What is it, like one person dies and the other person bleeds out by the time the ambulance comes? There's no winners. They both lose. Yeah, it should be something where they both, like there's a high percentage that they both get humiliated. Anything where there's a high chance of both people in the duel get humiliated. Like you could win, but the chances of winning are small.
TI crude August futures settle at $82.33 a barrel. So that is up 83 cents or 1% on the session so far.
I had that happen to me this weekend. Someone brought up Roman candles. Mr. Talking Monkey brought up Roman candles.
53. Diesel August futures.
Oh, no, that was Boat Rush said that.
58. Natural gas August futures, $2.37.
Yeah, I want to take a look at natty gas really quick. I forgot to do that today. I wanted to take a look at it today. No.
Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for non-farm payrolls? Then sign up today and get our special offer of Financial Juice Pro for a year's worth of our service for the price of 1 month and save 92%.
I could do UNG. Let's take a look at UNG. Oh, yeah, baby. Natty gas. That shit's primed. So just a note to you out there. We have a keep your eyes on natty gas. This is UNG. It's turning up right now on the hourly trigger. It's trading 1588. And we have now number one, don't ever trade natural gas. I will never, ever, ever recommend that you trade natural gas. Oh, yeah. Oh, my God. It's so ready. It's so fucking primed, though. Natty gas, also known as the Widowmaker. Right now, it's above and successfully backtesting its hourly trigger. Now, another thing about natty gas. Another thing about natty gas right now is what's happening out there. You've got Hurricane Karen coming through, and she wants to wreck Texas and all the way up to the middle of the United States into Michigan. So UNG, just keep that in there. Yeah, paper trade it. UNG, it's getting primed and ready to go to the upside. Its daily velocity and hourly velocity look great, by the way. Mr. Talking Monkey just said, Logan's Run style, your time is up, you must go now. I watched that movie. Finally, when I was a kid, I'd seen it, like it would be on TV. The book is outstanding. I reread the book and I rewatched the movie, like from start to finish. I think it was an extended copy too. And they're remaking it right now, Logan's Run. I thought it was really good. Really, really good. Yeah, I mean, it was kind of hokey. It was older and stuff. It was dated. There was a lot of racy shit in the book that was not in the movie. The book is like X-rated. And then the ages were changed as well in the movie. And when they remake this new movie, we've become more puritanical than we have been. We've reversed course, right? From the 1970s, maybe the 80s. We've become more and more reverted back to more puritanical in how and things that we consume. I wonder what that new remake of Logan's Run is going to be like. If it's going to be as racy. The book is like really racy. What, you know, I also read another book I sped read a book. I sped read what did I speed read? I sped read a book called Spin. I'm not quite done with it. I think I have another 100 pages left. I read a book from I believe the mid 2000s over the 4th of July holiday called Spin. I only read it because I thought Three Body Problem was original. It's not. It was ripped off from the book Spin. Spin sucked. It was like Dean Koontz. It was like a third grade reading level, and the stories were terrible. Like the interplay stories were terrible. Here's that number again: 55483. Pay attention to it. Bulls don't want to give it up. 5543. 55. What is it? 554.81. These are where this is the demarcation point between buyers and sellers. This yellow line right here is the doom or gloom line. This is where the buyers are. This is where the sellers are. Right on that line right there. Well, this is at least where I am as a buyer. 55481. So I read this book, Spin. You can speed read it. I'm a few hours into reading it, but I'm like, it's okay. I could probably not read it. I could probably put it down, but I want to see what the conclusion of the book is. Right here, baby, this yellow line. This is where the moan is. 55481. If you're a bear, that you want to be underneath that line right there. It's going to be underneath that line. That's where it is, brother. 545481. That's the demarcation point. We get underneath that line and I get scared. Fitch on 2024 global credit outlook. We continue to see material growth slowdown in the U.S. in the second half of 2024, while persistent challenges face China's housing sector. We've got consumer credit here in the next 20 minutes. The median forecast is $8 billion. The previous was $6.4 billion. This has been a hot topic amongst the bears. Consumer credit eroding. So a large miss here would be, let me read that to you again. I'm going to go back there and read this. The median forecast is 8 billion. The previous was 6.4 billion. So if this comes, if we have a miss on this, could be a bloodbath here in the end of the day.
White House comments that Biden will not set a new level of GDP spending at this NATO summit.
SPY week into this news event coming out, consumer credit at 3 p.m. Trading 54.57, 54.40 right now. $4 a.m. open at 553.80. Bulls losing 54.81. Price target below 553.77. Bob Elliott coming out this morning and saying, for all the doomers saying households overextended and only buying on credit, over the last 18 months, oh, hold on a second here. One quick second here. Hold on here. Bob Elliott coming out this, I think this was this morning. Hold on here. For all the doomers saying households overextended and only buying on credit. Over the last 18 months, consumer credit borrowing has slowed considerably and now only finances 0.2% of total GDP annually. And yes, this includes BNPL. Saying it's been at the same level as the last 25 years relative to income. He thinks that the risk point is in the stock market, driven by disappointing versus expectations. So I can read anything else from him today on this. Said most likely 2H24 will be the start of what is likely to be an extended period of disappointment for equity holders. That's in line with what Rubner's saying from Goldman Sachs. But Rubner's been saying that for weeks now. Go back and see what else. Hold on here. 14 minutes until consumer credit. Oh, wait a minute there. The Kobayashi letter said U.S. consumers have exhausted their savings. $2.3 trillion of accumulated savings have been depleted.
Settled at $85.75 a barrel. That's down 79 cents or 0.91% on the session.
Since August 2021, in other words, $67.6 billion of savings has been spent by U.S. consumers per month. As savings have declined, consumer credit card debt has spiked by $290 billion, give or take 40% in 3 years. In other words, to fight rising prices and elevated interest rates, U.S. households have gone into debt faster at the fastest pace since 2008 financial crisis. Let me ask you a question out there. Are you being if credit's been tightened, which is what Bob's saying, and Kobayashi, I guess it's the Kobayashi letter, they're saying that Americans are spending all of their savings and credit's been tightened and we're maxed out on consumer credit. Let me ask you a question. Are you being offered, are you getting credit card offers in the mail? Are you being offered credit as a pleb? Let me ask that question in the Discord. Consumer credit. At everyone. How do I phrase this for people? Consumer credit. Hold on here. Are you still getting credit card? Getting credit card offers in the mail. Yes, I'm getting offers. Me too. Like a third of my fucking mail is still loaded with credit card offers. Condor LVR says 5 today. Every other day. Yes. It's like agreed. SPY coming back now, trading 554.66. We opts out of the marking. I got to ask him how.
It's been 10 minutes time now at the top of the hour. We see the release of the US consumer credit. Forecast 9 billion on the prior 6.4 billion.
Harushi's saying that he only uses credit cards to get cash back. Well, so I get the 2%, 3% back. I use it, or let me ask you a question out there. So, you know how you get charged like the processing fees? In my brain, I'm like, yeah, it goes towards processing fees. And that's how I'm justifying it right now. There used to be a rule against charging processing fees to credit card purchases, but I guess that law has been it's either aged out or it's been overturned or something like that. Nine minutes left until consumer credit. And I just got rid of my my Delta Sky too. I just got rid of that like 3 months ago. Oh, dude, yes. Woohoo! Portland J is saying that he doesn't get any of the credit card offers. And I asked him how. And he said whenever you get those privacy notices in the mail, there's usually a phone number or some form you can submit and send back opting for their marketing as well as their parent companies. I do this for all credit cards, mortgages. Seems to work quite well. I got to tell my wife about that shit. Yeah, Portland J is saying it takes a bit of effort up front, but in the long run, it reduces junk mail by a ton. The junk mail is insane, dude. I used to do that too, Condor. Condor is saying that I used to travel for a living and put everything on points cards, let the per diem pay the cards off before I got reimbursed to avoid interest, and bank the points on hotels and airlines. 100%. Also, search your name in whitepages.com. That's Harushi chiming in on that. Right back to that 554.81. That's a lot of interest here, right? That 554.81. It's like a magnet. Six minutes left until the report comes in. I'm going to turn up the news squawker here so we can hear it. Hope that's not too loud there.
In 5 minutes' time now, at the top of the hour, we see the release of the US consumer credit data for the month of May. Forecast 9 billion on the prior 6.4 billion.
SPY squeezing once again. Trading 554.92. Median forecast 8 billion. Previous was 6.4 billion. Make that larger so you guys can see it out there. You guys can see the other streams chat. 5503 breaking above this previous point right here. That's good to see. We got the next one right here just so you can see it. Oh, hell yeah. Portland J is in the Discord right now showing us how to stop getting junk mail. Mr. Talking Monkey says, when I get a postpaid return envelope in the mail, I load it up with all my other junk mail with no identifying info on it and send it back to them. Oh, dude, I need to start a journal for like when you become old, do this. That could take up half my fucking day. I would love it. I would find great joy in that. If I was like old, like sitting around like in a fucking retirement home, I would do that all day long. Write a little love letter to him. You don't know me. But hopefully you're reading this right now. I'm retired, living in the villages in Florida. I'm spreading venereal disease all around. Likely to your great-grandmother. Prepaid envelopes. Oh, man.
One minute remaining.
1 minute. Place your bets, boys and girls. Tell us how you're positioned. Are you sitting flat, waiting for the results? Are you flat? Are you long? Or not? You could be. I guess you could be long puts, but are you bulled up or bared up? Are you a buyer? Are you a seller? Are you flat to wait for the results to come in? I know what you did last summer. I would say the wise thing to be would be flat here and trade the reaction, right? Probably the wise thing.
Still waiting. $11.354 billion. That's 11.354 billion. Higher than forecast, 9 billion.
Woohoo! $11.35 or $354 billion.
Be on the bleeding edge of news for non-farm payrolls? Then sign up today and get our special offer of Financial Juice Pro for a year's worth of our service for the price of 1 month and save 92%.
That's bullish if you didn't know. If you're going to tell you it's bullish. If nobody told you. That's not bearish. Not necessarily bullish. But it's bullish. So if you're bared up, don't be. Or you shouldn't be. I don't know if you know that or not, but I'll tell you. Blew out expectations. Hilarious. Some bears out there are saying the forecast was 9 billion. No. The forecast was not 9 billion. It was 8 billion. Oh God. The expectation, dude, what the I just went on to FinTwit. FinTwit is like FinTwit's got like people out there giving all kinds of wrong expectations. Expected was 8 billion. Not 10 billion. Not 10.5 billion. I always check afterwards to see if they're going to dumb it down. Whew. Hold on, I'm scrolling through now. Let's see what they're saying here. Are they saying it's bullish or bearish? Let's check on Twitter. U.S. consumer credit change. Yeah, exactly. May was 11.54 billion. Estimate was 8.85 billion. Previous 6.4 billion. Is consumer credit outstanding? Someone else saying 9.5 billion. Prior 6.4 billion. High consumer credit is bullish. It is bullish in this environment because it makes clear to Powell and the Fed that rates need to come down ASAP to get a soft landing we all want so badly. No. It's showing a loosening of credit, though. That's what it's showing. It's showing that they're already loosening without you knowing it. It's showing loosening credit standards already behind the scenes. Let me see if I can read this again. I'm with Bob Elliott on this. Let me see if where's Bob, what Bob Elliott said. Where's Bob Elliott on this one here? Come on, where's Bob Elliott? I was just reading his tweet from earlier. You guys not understand what herd money is? HERD, not HEARD. Where did he write this? Where did he write this about consumer credit? Sure. I thought he wrote something about this. I thought I was reading this to you earlier. Consumer credit. He wrote something about consumer credit. Let me go through this again. Top on Twitter. I just read you something from him earlier today. Was it today he wrote it? I read it to you guys earlier. Consumer credit. That's really odd. Now I don't see it. It was there and now it's gone. That's fucking crazy. Can I go back to his thing? Son of a bitch. Can I do Bob Elliott consumer credit? I thought I saw something that he posted on consumer credit. I guess not. Ah, there it is. Oh, this is from June 26th. I thought this was recent. So what I read to you earlier from Bob Elliott was from June 26th. I'll repost that, right? That's from December 2023. Repost that one too from 2. Trad Dad saying it's $7.9 billion to be exact. 350 pump again today. Someone rented an apartment in my name. And oh yeah, dude. I still want to know the entire story. $308 right now. Still no reaction in S&P 500. Bullish here, though, still. Muted reactions are not to not be known. You got to let the big boys get out first. Just let all the shorts come off the market here before we start ripping faces off. I think. I hope. Winky was just making a comment about a topic that in the Discord about we had discussed once before, but I never got the full story. The response was, I was like, well, clearly this is not my face. There was a Winky was the victim of identity theft. I don't know if it was for an apartment rental or a mortgage, but so where I live, when I first moved here, there was rampant mortgage fraud. He's saying they didn't pay rent for 2 years. Yeah. So some of this fraud I'm hyper aware of. Even rental fraud, I'm hyper aware of. And there are services that'll help you commit it. That's the crazy part. So I know this because I'm not a landlord anymore. I did Airbnbs for a long time. I switched to Airbnb. I started renting houses. Then I switched to renting to Section 8 because I got burned. Then I switched to Airbnb. But when I first moved to Detroit, there's 2 kinds of frauds. There's like a rental fraud. Not 2 kinds. There's more than 2 kinds, but there's like all kinds of different rental frauds. I learned about those over time, and I didn't know that there were actual services that'll help you commit rental fraud. They'll get you everything, anything you need to rent an apartment. Then they teach you how to not get kicked out of the apartment or the house, whatever you're renting. This is a real grift that goes on all around the country. Happens in Detroit a lot. What else is fascinating about this is another thing that gets committed in Detroit is real estate fraud, mortgage fraud. And they just started changing it recently. They started passing new rules. But like anybody can go down and like put or write out a quick claim deed on a home and claim that they actually own the property in a lot of places in the United States, not just Detroit. And so what they'll do is they'll try to move into that property whenever it's vacant. They'll try to move in, and show that they're on the deed for the home. And only recently has that been the mortgage side of it, or at least where I live. they changed the laws recently for mortgage fraud. But Winky went through it for apartment fraud. And he said it was like someone lived in the apartment for like 2 straight years and never paid rent. And they commit this fraud, and then what they'll do is, first they'll commit it with identity theft, and then they'll fail to pay rent, and they'll damage these apartments or homes in a way where they don't have to pay you rent. They can just withhold it until the repairs are made, and they'll commit more damage to these apartments. I shit you not. And so a landlord will go to court and say, hey, this person hasn't paid rent. And you're expecting to go to court. This happened to me, actually. This actually happened to me. Not the fraud of who the person was, but the fraud to stay in the house happened to me. Cost me close to $30,000 when it was all said and done. That's how I got out of being a landlord or renter to renters. This is how I actually got out. Matter of fact, I can't say some of this stuff, but so I go to court, and the renter, I have to be careful what I say here. The renter would damage things, then throw people off the repairs being done. Just claim that the people that came to fix things were this or that or the other thing. They said certain things, acted certain ways. They came at the wrong time. We didn't schedule this right time, that time. And so it'd just be like delayed. And then they would do more damage. And so you'd show up and have everything fixed. And they would have made a report to me saying, the drains are clogged now. In between right before the next court case. And so you'd show up to court and they'd say, oh, no, I made another complaint because the pipes are now clogged. It's not just the roof. They would intentionally damage the roof, intentionally damage the heating and cooling system, then eventually damage the pipes. And you don't catch on right away that this is going on. You're it's weird when you're like a new landlord, or especially if you're like an in-person landlord, like 1 or 2 houses or whatever. You know, you think everybody's on the up and up like you are or whatever, and then you find out that that's not the case. You're like questioning the person doing the repairs. You're like, did you say anything? Why are they upset? And you find out that it's all because of the claim that it's all about where I'm not going to pay rent until it's repaired. And then you go to court. And they're like, well, is this true? Does this not work? Did they submit a complaint to you? And you're like, yes, they did. They're like, okay, so you have to have that fixed before we release the money. You come to find out there's no money in escrow. They never check with the tenant the money is actually in escrow or not. They take it based upon the tenant having like a tenant right activist that takes the word of the tenant saying that it is. And the judge is never on your side. Like, judges hate landlords. If you're a landlord, not everywhere, but most places, if you're a landlord, burden of proof is on you, period. Which I kind of understand if it was not fraud being committed, it makes sense. It makes sense that you put the burden of proof on a landlord. What happens is they run the grift as long as they possibly can. Until one of two things happens. Either the judge has some sympathy for you and wants relief for you as the landlord. This can take 6 months, a year. Or you make an offer to buy out the tenant. And that's the real thing is if I cost this landlord enough money, they're going to offer me money to just leave, whether either behind closed doors or with the judge there. And that's where we ended up being was right in front of the judge, like not even just in front of the judge. That specific case, they shut the case down for a minute or something, and we talked off the record with the judge. And even the judge was like, "Why aren't you taking this money offer?" We actually offered her 90 days to stay in the house for an extra 90 days. This was like a year later. and a bunch of money, like I think $5 or $6 grand or something like that. Just leave. Just leave. Like, we'll do anything. Just leave. You've cost us more money than we'll ever make back from this rental. And she said no. She said fucking no. She said fucking no. I shit you not. And she said no. But at least at that point, the judge knew the game that was going on. So what we did on our end was we did the last final repairs. They'd poured cement, not concrete, but cement down into the pipes of the house. Like 24-hour repair bullshit. It was insane. Cost me a bunch of money. Fuck. And then still wound up paying. I think we paid $3,500 and still gave her 90 days, but had like at that point there was no other repairs needed to be done, and she didn't have any money in escrow either. So no money in escrow. Made a deal with her to get out before we went to the courtroom. She signed it. Went to the court. She had her money, and the judge was already going to evict her anyways. But it didn't matter. It was just like, just get the fuck out of here. It was a fucking nightmare. It was. You wouldn't believe me. As a matter of fact, someone that knows us here, a few of us know. A few of you know someone that was involved in the court case. It was fucking wild. An attorney that like gives NDAs to people and shit like that. That attorney was involved in that case, and it was fucking a nightmare. One of the worst things I've ever been through in my entire life. Not the worst, but one of them. Nightmare fuel. Pure nightmare fuel. I'm a present landlord. I live here. It's my community. I don't own a bunch of houses. I'm not a fucking slumlord, any of that stuff. Didn't matter. It didn't matter. It was like, fuck all landlords. Just fuck you. It was so terrible. It was horrific. It was horrific. That was when I was done. And Section 8 wasn't bad. Section 8 was pretty good. I can't say Section 8 was that bad. The only reason I went from Section 8 to Airbnb is because I made more money. I made more money on Airbnb. Only reason I switched. I don't know if every state's like that. I know that some states don't have Section 8 reform. Some states do. Michigan has great Section 8 reform. Boy, that 554.81, right? These fuckers love that number right there, don't they? Fucking love this number right here. Battle of the buyers and sellers on this number. Well, we're sending it. I know we're sending it. We already hit that PT. We're sending it right fucking there. Already tagged, now previous high. The fraud we used to see with straw purchases was pretty rampant in Detroit. We uncovered a mortgage fraud ring in 2010 that used a fake front facade of a home for an entire 20-unit neighborhood in rural Georgia. We had it appraised, come out, and all the docs were forged. Sold them to foreign buyers. They got away with like $3 million before Georgia Bureau of Investigation got involved. Yep. I've seen that shit too. I've seen like the what's the other one that they do? They'll buy a home and then they'll buy like a shithole and then they have it appraised for a fake. Well, they don't even have it appraised. A fake appraisal. Let's say it's like $50,000. That's they appraise it for like $200,000-$300,000. Then they'll go and pull mortgages on it. I've seen that shit.
$99 a year for our real-time.
Oh, Pacific Heights. All right, I'll watch that. I think I saw that years ago. Yeah, Condor is talking about mortgage fraud inside the Discord right now. 55481. God. Pacific Heights. You know, I haven't seen that. I think I saw that when I was young. I haven't watched it in a long time. I'm down for watching a movie I haven't seen in a long time. Yeah, mortgage, and not only mortgage fraud, but there's like all kinds of different mortgage fraud. I should say that. Especially with like fake appraisals, fake there's another one that I heard was going on. There's a guy in Michigan just got busted. A guy in Michigan just got convicted for a bunch of mortgage fraud. I gotta look this guy up. I'll try to post it in the Discord. Hold on here. This guy like ran a full-on fucking scam. Yeah, $54.7 million mortgage fraud conspiracy. I'm gonna post this one inside the Discord. And they just started changing the laws here. Imagine that. $54.7 million fraud conspiracy. Employee of Apex Equity Group. Oh, gross. It's always like a name like that. Like, it's always like Apex Sigma Bro Investor Group. $54.7 million mortgage fraud. Like, how the fuck do you even do that stuff? How the fuck do you even think that stuff up? I think it was a conspiracy to commit. I think they got caught. I don't think they actually took $54.7 million, but they like took loans. They like created loans for the $54.7 million. And like one of the guys wasn't even eligible to get loans. He had been in trouble already prior to. For like some kind of fraud. Trading below 55.81 right now. What time is it right now? Oh, 2 minutes until the Robin Hooders can't trade zero dates anymore. Three minutes until Robin Hooders can't trade. Yeah, I agree with that. At least he went big, right? I saw that comment. He's not doing retail fraud. What's the other one question? Is Sixto Rodriguez popular in Detroit? I don't know. I'm unsure about that, if Sixto Rodriguez is popular. I saw a friend of mine brought a buddy of his over on for 4th of July, right? So we did a neighborhood block party for 4th of July. A guy I met, African American gentleman, had a 45 hat on, had a Trump hat on, and I was like, "What the fuck are you doing wearing that?" He's like, he's like, I met him the last time he came to Detroit. I go, bullshit. He's like, yeah. He's like, they gave me one. I was like, I bet they fucking did. And he was rocking that hat. I was like, are you voting for him? He's like, fuck no. I just thought it was baller to wear it. He's like, it's like a meme. I'm like, okay, all right, I'll let it pass. But 4th of July. So we're all hanging out 4th of July, right? So they do like, or we did like a big neighborhood barbecue, music, swimming, open up the big sign, come on my backyard or whatever. We had other neighbors with like, that had set up like, I don't know those things, bouncy things and bounce houses. And it was like a fucking carnival. We had barbecues going. We had cards. Like they had set up tables to play cards. So they were playing spades. I haven't played spades in a long time since I was in college. So I played spades. That was awesome. And kids, adults, it was a great time, right? Volleyball being played, you name it. All kinds of craziness going on. They bought a bunch of fireworks. Neighborhood bought like a ton of fireworks. Like tons of fireworks. So dusk fell. Dusk ended up falling, and so they got like the people that are designated to light fireworks off. And I offered to build a tube system so that you could put. Someone earlier mentioned Roman candles, so you could put like Roman candles and rockets into these tubes to fire them off. And I left a space in the bottom of the tube to let the gas escape from the rockets and the Roman candles. And they had mortars too, but they had fiberglass mortar tubes for the mortars. And the tubes that I had were PVC, like, I don't know, 1.5 inch PVC or something like that. And I'd strap them to a bunch of heavy wood with like cleats on them or whatever. But you wouldn't blow yourself up, right? And so I contributed to this thing, and there were people lighting off fireworks and stuff, and people that were designated. This one guy came out to the party, and he didn't contribute. He didn't live in our neighborhood. He was like a friend of a friend or something like that. And he got all excited. So like the fireworks are going off. And then they were doing not the grand finale, but the regular like fireworks are going off. And I'm like watching him. Or I wasn't watching him, and then I was watching him because I was like, what the fuck is he doing? And he's like helping. And he got so excited, and I'm watching, and I'm like, what's he doing? And he's like lighting up, or he's like adding like loading tubes, and he ends up loading 3 mortars into the rocket and Roman candle tubes. And this one guy who's like not supposed to be doing anything, he starts lighting mortars in the PVC tubes. And so these PVC tubes have they're open in the bottom, so the mortars aren't going to go up. They're going to expel all their gas and then explode, and that's sure enough what happened. He lit 3 of them. He loaded 3 and then lit them, and so they exploded. They exploded like out the tube and the top and the bottom. Boom. Yeah, but they went boom still, right? And I was so fucking angry. I was like, what the fuck are you doing? I was like, number one, who are you? Why are you loading tubes? And why are you loading those tubes over there? And why are you lighting these all at the same time? We have enough fireworks going off. It's like he's trying to create a grand finale before we're even at the grand finale. And then he ended up not cleaning up at the end of the night. I grabbed him as he was leaving, and I'm like, man, you came in here and you're like all excited. You didn't help us, buy all this shit. And then you like almost blew us all up. And then I'm like, now you're leaving and you're not cleaning. He's like, I got to go, man. I'm like, dude, I was like, you're banned. I'm like, don't ever come back to this fucking place again, party again. If I ever see you, the answer is fucking no, right? And he's laughing at me as I'm saying this stuff. But when I thought about it afterwards, I was like after like the time passed, like the night passed and the next day passed, that shit rode on me all weekend long. I kept thinking about it. And when I thought about the explosions that were caused, like I could have fucking been like those things are like fucking 5 and 6 inch mortars. That guy could have that fucking mortar could have like shot out of there and exploded in my face or some shit like that. And so I was like, I don't think I'll ever partake of fireworks ever again. And no, never sit near him being launched as close as I was. Ever again. Yeah, complete fucking dick. And the other guys were doing as they were supposed to be doing. This one guy was just like, I don't know. I don't want to pay for anything. I don't want to set anything up. I don't want to do the work. And then I'm not going to clean up and I'm just going to get dangerous. So I guess a couple rules here. If you ever light up fireworks, right? Fucking tape that area off. I mean, maybe put some signs up. Do not enter area. I don't care, right? Even just write it. I don't care who you are. Don't enter the area where the fireworks are going off. That's like rule number 1. And then like rule number 2 is like, I don't even know if I would ever I don't think I would ever partake that close, standing or sitting that close to that shit, because you got like people that are drunk, people that are probably on drugs of some kind, marijuana, whatever they're on. More than likely marijuana, at least alcohol. And then, of course, it's late and they're tired and, it's dark. And who the fuck wants to get blown up by a fucking firework? I've never been around. I've never seen that. I've never seen that kind of, I've never seen that. When I was a kid, I've seen that kind of like, when I was a kid, I've seen people do stupid shit, but I've never seen adults do that stupid of shit. And I was like, fuck me. I was like, what if I got blown up? What if that firework just shot out of that fucking tube in my face or just exploded in my face? I'd be fucking pissed. Yeah, I saw that. The guy had it on his head, and then I was like, I'm always a safe person. I built that thing, too, for safety, and then it was misused. You know what I mean? Like, the thing that I built was misused. Like, even when you're trying to do the right thing, someone's going to do some stupid shit. That's what I'm thinking. Like, if you get hit with like, and that's the other thing. When the first one exploded, that stand flipped over. The other 2 exploded in the tubes, but still, it was really loud. And if they had that shit shot out and hit somebody in the face and exploded, be fucking dead, dude. 6-inch mortar to the face, dead. Dead. Hold on here. I don't know. It gave me like a mortality. It was like number 1, it was like mortality. And then it was stupid. Like, you might not be a dumbass, but people around you were stupid. That's my question. Who's liable, right? And this fucking guy didn't give a fuck, did he? He didn't give a flying fuck who was liable. He didn't care. He could give a rat's ass who was liable. He didn't care. Spoo's bleeding right now. Trading 54.53, 337. Robin Hooders are out. No squeezing right now. Pinned right now. No movement. UNG, talked about this one earlier. We're going to get away from this one for right now. Turn on the scale again. Let's take a look back at SPX before we close it out. SPX parked on support, on gamma support. SPX does not want to lose 55.50. That is 11:30 on Friday. I think that's right here. Yeah, right here. So just a note to you, so you can see this at home or in your office. This is the gamma flip right here. Just so you know, if you don't know where it is, gamma flip is right here. 553.24. 553.47. That's where the market gamma flip is. I've got my expectations in the Discord right now. My expectations are in the Discord for tomorrow. The market brief will also give you the expectations for tomorrow. Matter of fact, I'll rewrite it here. Until the close tonight. Yep, expectations. So for this week, we're going to try this out this week. So for this week, I'm going to spend my time in the Discord chat from now on. You guys can all chat on Twitch, and you can chat on YouTube. Expectations, though, for like end of day, we'll move into the Discord. You'll get a chart from me in the Discord. Now, that can change at 9 p.m. when the market actually closes. I do a market brief for the following day. And you'll get that at night time after 9 p.m., of course. But when I do my normal charting here on the charts here, like end of day expectations for tomorrow, I'm going to start putting those inside of the Discord as well. So you'll get that inside. Now I got to wait for the screen. It's got to be. I have to get a wider screen so I can do multiple charts. So you'll get that from me. We're going to try this week and next week, see if it works. If it doesn't work, we'll go back to the OG stuff with the Twitch and YouTube on the screen here. But I think I'm going to leave it in the Discord for right now. See how that goes. We were discussing that earlier this morning. We're going to try out. So I had a week off, right? So it gave me time to think about the stream, think about what we do and all that kind of stuff. And we're going to just test some stuff out and see how it works out for the next week and maybe the week after. And people seem to like it so far, how it's going. So SPY back to trading 554.81. Yeah, you guys are liking Discord, huh? Yeah, Discord's popping right now. I like the interaction better. I do. I like the interaction better. I fucking love Discord. I just don't have the time. Like, for me, the issue for me is you guys don't see it on your end on the outside here. So I'm already like working on the production of the stream, and then like this, that, and then I'm trying to read the two chats from Twitch and YouTube, and then I'm like neglecting Discord. Then I'm on Twitter, and then I'm like reading the news as it comes out. I've got like a news ticker in the background that's reading the news to me. So there's like a lot going. And then I'm trading, and then I'm checking all like Bookmap and all this other stuff. So there's like so much going on that I can't look at everything. So I think it might be easier for me to, and I'm missing a lot of good juice inside of the Discord. So we're just gonna try this out and see if it works out better. Yeah, I agree with you, Pink Bottles. Way better. Stream chat, yeah, gets lost. Then you get guys like David AMS are in there, John L's in there, a whole bunch of cool people are in there, and they're dropping bombs in the Discord. So, and then I can go into Discord. I can use the Unusual Whales, the Open BB. I can use Trady Ticks. I can go to other rooms in here and check out like stocks and futures. Like there's all kinds of cool shit inside the Discord. It's a way better fucking chat experience so far. Or what I've noticed so far, it's a better chat experience. It's like chat on steroids. Going all Discord chat is better for your business. Actually, lose money. That's the truth. I don't make any money on Discord. I will take a sponsor though. If I want to make money, right, I'll take sponsors. But I get offered sponsors all the time. If I want to get rich off of this, I would just take sponsors. It'd be easy. Be done. You'd have ads all day long. I'd be highlighting things. Matter of fact, maybe we should do that. Yeah, they pay to be in you can pay just for Discord, too. You can pay just for Discord. Reason for money for Discord is because it keeps out the scammers, the bots, and all that kind of stuff. People are there they're serious. It's a better experience overall. I had a free Discord. Matter of fact, I nuked it. Matter of fact, if I wanted to get rich, I would have fucking sold that Discord. And what I did was I deleted it. It had 3,500 members. I could have deleted. I could have sold it. Could have literally sold it to somebody for money. So it's not money. It's just a better experience. We got tools in there we pay for too. Wrong. Sorry. Wrong again. It's more like this Discord is paid to keep out bots, bullshitters, scammers, you name it. And we have to pay for the Discord itself. That Discord costs me, I don't know, $1,000 a month or something stupid to even run. And then you're talking about the time of the mods and the admins and all that. That all costs me money too. So yeah, it's a loss leader for me, but it's badass. So, and the people that are dropping stuff in there, it's just gangster. So that's all bullshit. It's a bullshit argument. Yeah, it's way fucking better. I'm with all of you guys in the Discord, 100%. Spy squeezing right now into the bell. What's going on there? What the hell is going on up there? The fuck is going on? So it's weird. I bought calls for 34 cents that I added for 29 or 26. And now they're at 31. So I'm still flat right now. Like every time I buy a fucking dip, the dealers are like, fuck you, no. It's like I gotta keep fucking adding, right? No worries. 555.05 right now. 555.06 right now. I know where the fuck we're going. Always. Let's go. Let's fucking go, baby. Don't fucking tease me. Don't fucking tease me. I gotta create content. I gotta fill time with fireworks stories. We need music. That's the other thing that I got to fucking stop doing. Like, so last month I didn't get, you guys were ready? So last month I didn't get any money from fucking Google ads for the streams because we play too much music around here. I'm like banned on YouTube. I'm like blacklisted. I'm gonna switch to like I think at this point I got nailed on all the music I've played, everything I've tried except for public domain music, which is like chamber music. I might teach you guys we might be learning about classical music around these parts. Maybe I could get some like classical music that's techno. Maybe that's public domain. I don't know. I should probably just fucking make some music. I can play guitar. I can play all the Blue Note music too. I can play all the jazz. I can play. My wife knows how to play piano. Oh yeah, there you go. Squeeze it. That's right. Get up there. Take that goddamn hedge off, Miro. Fuck you doing, man? Turn that fucking thing off. You know where we're going. Tesla coming back down here. Bramo bounced off its pivot point. Still looking for 261.71. Bunch of doomers out here wanting me to buy puts. I bought puts this morning. I literally top ticked the market this morning. Of course, I sold them too early. I was flat. I didn't make any good fucking. I didn't lose any money. I should have left them on though and rode them all the way the fuck down. But then I started charting for people. If you guys have chart requests, do it in the Discord tomorrow. Don't be doing it on the chats, Twitch and YouTube. We're gonna pull this shit inside the Discord. If you ever want to sign up for the Discord, you can sign up just for the Discord too. We have that option. TradeTheTrigger.com. Well, we're gonna see how this goes. We're gonna try it out for the week and see what happens. If you are a pro trader, just a note too, if you are a pro trader, all week long I am going to be highlighting all the Mag 7s for you. Every night you're getting, every other night you're going to be getting outlooks for all Mag 7 for earnings season. You got them all Sunday, right? And this morning, you're going to get that shit all week long from me, okay? Just so you know. So if you're trading Mag 7 for the earnings season, I got your ass covered. What are we trading right now? 555.20. Play the music for me at home, please. Play the music for me at home. If you're in the Discord, what up, baby? You believe me now? Where are we going, baby? Show me where it's at. Are you with me in the Discord log right now? Are you burning out? Yeah, it's a silent show, right? Top tick just then, 55.55. Discord, baby, it's where it's at these days. Woo! Love me some Discord. All right, it's 3:56 in the afternoon. You have my preliminary expectations in the Discord. You will also get your market brief this evening. Oh, what are they doing to us right now? I guess the move wasn't down. I guess there was no digestion needed. Bull cross coming up into the close right now. 1 and 5 minute trigger closing right or crossing right now to the upside. Successful back test of the half an hour trigger. Joni Mogs, instead of trading 1 dates, traded 0 dates, turned 7 cents into 50 cents right now. Nice job, Johnny Mogs. Took the 0 to 8, sold it, took the money, and ran into the close just now. Three minutes left into the bell. David AMS chiming in the Discord. Burr, baby, burr, David. Look at that big red ball right there. That's so nasty. Look at him. So nasty over there. Let's open that up in there and see what's happening. One minute left right now. Are you long or short into... Whoa, 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 whoa! What's going on in the market right now? Whoa! Someone's angry up in this yellow bar, aren't they? Not happy up here, are they? All right, I'll see all of you tomorrow at 9:30 in the morning, baby. Be careful being short into tomorrow, okay? I'll let you know. I'll just tell you that. Be extremely careful being short into tomorrow, okay? Overnight, you might get some action, but be careful out there being short into tomorrow. I'll see all of you 9:30 in the morning, baby. Have a wonderful evening.